All right, we are live. I'm sure with my phone outside. Uh, Turn that on real quick. Also, I forgot what I was gonna say. Actually, holy shit, it's been a rough morning, dog. What's good, Red? What's good, Invincible? What's good, TM? Yeah, I listened to a little bit about this story. I heard about it from my mom at first, but I wasn't really paying attention because I was in the middle of doing stuff, and my mom only likes to tell me stuff like whenever I'm busy, um, when I'm preoccupied with something else. But I heard my manager listening to it like 2 weeks ago. Um, and Yeah, he was listening to it, and I heard bits and pieces about it. He was telling me a lot about it, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I'm like, "Yeah, I actually want to check this one out, low key." Um, but what's crazy is that there's a full version on YouTube. That's what we're gonna watch. But at first it was only on TikTok, and she was only uploading it like parts 1 through 50. It was like 10-minute clips, and so my mom was trying to get my TikTok handle so she can watch it, and I'm like, I'm not giving you my TikTok account. Just create your own and then watch it, and then you can delete your TikTok afterwards. Um, I was like, the fuck. I was like, yeah, I don't care who you are, you're not getting my TikTok handle, bro. That's what we're not gonna do. So no, for a fact, she'll be all um, snooping through my shit. But yeah, the full version on YouTube is like a 7-8 hour version of it. So initially, I woke up today and I had intended, actually like Sunday, actually since like fucking Saturday, I actually intended to do a stream, an all day stream about this today. Sorry if I'm still actually getting over that cold, which is crazy. Anyways, I intended to do an all day stream um about this. I was gonna stream from like 7:30 to 8 o'clock till about 4:30. 'Cause I do gotta work this evening. Um, so I was up this morning. I got up. It was like 7 o'clock. I stayed up. Um, I was posting the Arkham Knight clips, which I got to talk about that because I appreciate the support on that for real, for real. Uh, the support for the channel has been crazy. The past week and a half, almost 2 weeks. Excuse me. But yeah. So I woke up tomorrow. I was posting those. I used the restroom, and I was like, all right, I'm ready to go. And I don't know what was going on, but my computer was acting crazy today. This morning, I I usually keep my computer on sleep because whenever I shut it down, it literally takes a while for it to to set up. Um, like like 3 to 5 minutes, 5 minutes at most. But yeah. So I don't know why, but like everything was frozen. Chrome was frozen, and I couldn't access Streamyard. Um, yeah, I even went to like close it out, and it wasn't even doing that. And then I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'll just give it a second, wait for everything else to refresh, and then hopefully it will register my inputs. So I turned on my PS5 to check on Helldivers 2, see what the community is at, and I'm not gonna lie, bro, y'all are low key slacking, bro. The freaking one of the planets, I forgot what it was, but that joint was like 99% fucking liberated. I checked yesterday. I haven't played it in a minute. I checked yesterday. We're back down to 70%. I checked today. It was at like 40%. I'm like, bro, what is going on, bro? Y'all are feeling super Earth. I mean, I am too because I've been helping out lately. But I mean, shit, I've been at work for real. Um, but Helldivers 2 is pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. I've only played about 4 hours of it so far. But it's pretty dope. I'm excited to see what they do with it in the future. Um, but yeah. Anyways, back to this thing. So I check out Helldivers 2. Do a bunch of shit. Then I just happened to notice because I have two monitors. Um, so one monitor I had my PS5 hooked up to, but the other monitor was still up. It had my PC running, and next thing I know, everything just turns fucking black. And I'm like, all right, this is crazy because it's no longer Black History Month. So what is going on? No, I'm just I'm just playing. But so I was like, all right, I'll just go ahead and reset that joint. I reset it, and bro, like no cap, I went to go put in my password, bro. That shit took so long to load up that I had to re-enter that bitch again. And so I'm like, all right, whatever. So turn on, was waiting for it to boot up, and I was like, it's been about like at this point about like 20, 25 minutes. So I'm like, we're probably not be able to finish this video anyway, so I'm gonna just go back to sleep real quick. So I went back to sleep. Got up. My sister was out of school today. I didn't know she was gonna be out of school, so she told me something about it last night. So got up, made her breakfast, went to the store real quick because I had to give me a coffee so I could wake up, which I'm about to have right now with my French toast sticks. And I got some for lunch for me, as well as a fruit punch. Came back and here we are. So we'll do part two tomorrow. Um, I mean, we could low key have done this stream an all day stream tomorrow, but the thing is, like, I didn't want to be up, 2 days in a row because that Spider-Man 2 update is dropping on Thursday. Um, so at midnight, um, we're gonna be doing another, super duper long stream like we did when the game first dropped because I don't have work Thursday. Um, as far as I can tell, I don't have any plans. Um, because I wanted to go out and do something, but I'm not sure if that's actually gonna happen. So, but I might double check, um, just so I can be sure. Um, but yeah, so most likely be doing another long stream because I'm off Thursday. Um, so yeah. Last week I took a bit of a break. I didn't work. It's been slow season. So a lot of my hours got cut. So I've been taking it pretty easy the past couple weeks, and I've really been posting much. I just been really just chilling, bro. I watched the Netflix Avatar. Um, for what it was, I thought it was okay. Um, I think people are like a little too harsh on it because like at the end of the day, like it's not gonna be like one to one of the actual show. It's gonna be an adaptation. Now I'm not saying that there are things that I didn't that I love the show completely. I mean there are some issues I have with it. Um, but and overall though the casting was pretty solid. The action scenes were dope. The CGI, I really only noticed like one or two scenes with the CGI being like I could be like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a freaking green screen, type shit. Excuse me. But yeah, um, Tori got me hooked on Julie and the Phantoms. It's a short Netflix show. I watched it, and I'm not gonna lie, it was Loki. It was Loki fire, bro. It was Loki. It was Loki fire. Um, because I've seen like so many people like every time like Netflix will like post something on Instagram, people in the comments would be like, renew Julie and the Phantoms, and then Tori has like great taste in like all sorts of media and shit, like even music. So I was like, all right, she's the one who actually got me to watch Barbie. Because I didn't watch Barbie and I wasn't interested in it when it first dropped. Um, because I was low key on my Oppenheimer shit, low key, because I'm a Christopher Nolan, fanboy. But yeah, but I watched Julian Phantoms. I honestly didn't think I would like it because I don't really fuck with musicals like that much. But it low key gave me like some Disney channel, like old school Disney Channel type vibes, like with like freaking Jesse, Good Luck Charlie, um, Ant Farm, Austin Alley, type shit. Like the shows like that used to go hard back in the day. So if you haven't seen Julian the Phantoms, I would recommend it. It's pretty dope. And low key, like the songs were low key kind of like crazy too, bro. The songs were low key kind of crazy. I was like, okay, they had some bops in there, bro. Um, they should definitely renew it for a second season though. I actually looked into it, and apparently the reason why was because the demographics, like they try to reach a certain target audience, but for like a newer generation, but the older generations um kind of picked up on it. Um, so the demographics were all over the place, and so they decided to cancel it. I'm like, I don't even understand why they would do that. To me, that's like the dumbest shit ever, bro. Um, I mean, like, yes, it will be hard. It will be harder to make a show though to try and target, multiple demographics. But realistically, you made a show just to target one audience, and other audiences were able to flock to it. So while it necessarily wasn't for them, they were still able to enjoy it. And more audiences and more demographics, that means more views, which means more money. So I think that's it. I thought, like, when people were talking about renewing the show, I thought that maybe it only had like two or three, because there was that period of time, but it only has one. But there was that period of time where Netflix were constantly canceling shows after um after one season, and then the occasional two to three, like they did with the Marvel shows. Um, Even though that really wasn't on them, that wasn't most because of the Disney shit. But I was like, damn, bro, like, y'all gotta cut that shit out. So thankfully they stopped doing that with some shows, like Stranger Things. Um, if I just saw some about season 5, bro, that should look so fire. And Cobra Kai. Um, because no cap, like, when I first picked up on Cobra Kai, I picked up on it like right after season 3 had just dropped. And the first seasons were on YouTube Red, and then Netflix, bought the show and shit and put on Netflix, and they did season 3. So, and I didn't hear anything for a minute about season 4. So I'm like, shit, they probably took over the show and then canceled it after doing one season, which was their third season. Um, but then a whole year passed. We finally got season 4. Then a couple months later, we got season 5 because they were filming both. I was like, yes. So I know season 6 is about to go hard. Season 5 Stranger Things is about to go hard. I gotta rewatch Stranger Things because I legit forgot like damn near almost everything about that show. But Julian the Phantoms was pretty solid. Um, when the show with low expectations, and I was watching. I binged the whole show too. I mean, it's only one season. It was like I think like 8 or 9 episodes, maybe 10. Um, yeah, went in with low expectations, and I really enjoyed it, bro. I really did enjoy it. What else? I did rewatch the Batman last night. Because yesterday was the 2-year anniversary. Uh, Still a phenomenal movie. I still consider it to be the best superhero movie so far of the decade, with Across the Spider Verse in second, and Guardians of the Galaxy third, and with top five, No Way Home and Wakanda Forever could be interchangeable. Um, I also like Wakanda Forever's writing was better, but No Way Home, we all know why. We all enjoy No Way Home for the same reason, basically. Um, Low key hot take: the first half of No Way Home is low key kind of mid, bro. I even had that same opinion like when I first came off the movie, bro. Like, I just don't like the only one thing would have changed my opinion about the first half, and that's actually seeing Peter like in a court scene with Charlie Cox as Daredevil. But they completely just cast that aside, and they're just sitting in the living room, and he's like, "Yeah, so all your legal troubles are pretty much done." And that's the thing about Tom Holland Spider Man, bro. Which is, I've been saying it for the first two films. That's why I do consider him to be the worst live action Spider Man, in my opinion. Not because of Tom Holland, just because of the writing. But he doesn't. He does. It's gonna sound pretty harsh, but he doesn't suffer enough. At least in the beginnings of his early career. Um, like everything, he just like the worst thing that happened to him before Aunt May was Tony Stark's death, bro. Like, if we're being honest. Um, he had it made pretty much in Homecoming. He was pretty much getting babied by and coddled by Tony in Homecoming. And then Far From Home, he just wanted to ignore his responsibilities just so he can spend time with MJ type shit. And he was naive enough to trust fucking Mysterio, who we only met for like a day or two. But yeah, that was like really, so all the whole secret identity leak, vigilantism, being charged with vigilantism and shit like that, like that that's crazy. Which, although I disagree with that, because like he's in the Avengers, bro. Like, he helped save the world. But well, I guess actually technically at that time, I think the Sokovia Accords were actually still a thing when No Way Home dropped. Never mind, that makes sense. My fault. But yeah, but Um, but I was rewatching it, and I'm like, I was just like, the Batman is just, it's just so good, bro. I'm really excited for the Penguin show that's gonna be dropping fall of this year. They're actually gonna start, they're gonna start filming for part two this month, because filming got delayed, but they didn't push back the release date. But I do think they're gonna delay the release date again, um, to like early 2026, because that's what they did with the first one. And they had to halt filming because Robert Pattinson got COVID. Um, which, I mean, to be honest, because it was supposed to come out October 2021, got pushed to March of 2022. So it's like, that's, under half a year pretty much. It's 5 months. So, but yeah, that's about it. So I'm sorry I've been inactive, but like I said, the content's going crazy. First of all, when it comes to the Arkham Knight shorts, bro, I appreciate the support on that 100%. We hit 600 subs, top tier. We passed 700,000 views. So I can actually pull up the joints right here, but literally like three of the Arkham Knight shorts I posted the other day have passed like all of my videos and were able to make like top five in the most total views. Um, which is pretty crazy. Um, Also, the one of the first videos I posted that went viral that got like 340K, that also just started trending again out of nowhere. So I'm pretty sure that that's a like that gained like another like 50K views the last 2 weeks, and it's still going up. So yeah, that's yeah, the scene from the Batman that I posted, so that passed 400K. Um, one of the Arkham Knight shorts I posted recently, 12K. Another one was 9.4K. Another one was 8.1K. Another one was 5.1K. There was a Spider-Man, uh, Marvel Spider-Man 2, hype video I dropped like a couple months ago. That's also been getting lots of crazy traction. It's over at 5.6K views. And a lot of the Arkham Knight shorts that went, like the lower ones, like they were still able to pop up a little bit, getting almost like 500 views, which isn't that bad. Um, so I really do appreciate that. That's actually crazy. I also got like my monthly recap. Um, um, let me get this camera up. I was actually gonna watch this with my cam on, but I'm gonna be eating breakfast and lunch while I'm watching this, so I'm not gonna do that. But first, actually, you guys haven't even seen the haircut. Uh, it's it's like it grew out like crazy, but I got a cut like like late January, early February. But yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that. But that bar right there is February, and those are the previous months next to it. So that's pretty crazy. Peep that. Uh, and then we got the weekly joint. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick. Like, come on, bro. Come on. That's pretty crazy. And then like the last month, like I popped off like this was like December of 2022. Boom. Um, so I appreciate the support on that pretty heavy. I appreciate that so much. But yeah, because I remember there was like, that summer channel was kind of quiet. Maybe it was, yeah, it was 2020. What, it was 2022. Yeah, the channel was kind of quiet. Um, the Batman video blew up around. I posted that in like May, and it blew up around late June and like the entirety of July, and then it started simmering down. Um, but yeah, so um, that's the rest of the summer. August, September, it's kind of low, but October, November, December, and January, picking up like crazy. And then after that, kind of died down a bit because I made my TikTok in February, and I was kind of focusing on building that up. Um, but yeah, so once again, really appreciate the support on that heavy. 600 subs, um, and we got 90K. Actually, we got like 91,000 views in about 7 days, so that's pretty crazy. Yep, we're at total view counts so far 711,841 views. Um, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what else to say, bro. Just thank y'all, bro. I appreciate that. So I did drop some more Arkham Knight shorts earlier today. Basically all this is just I'm just going around finding criminals, saying shit, beating them up, and then coming up with clever titles. So I'm actually gonna do a replay of Arkham Knight with I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or not, but I'm gonna do a replay of Arkham Knight, with like other criminal factions like the militia, because they do say some funny shit as well. Um, and as well as with the criminals, talking about what's going on currently in the main story. So I'm gonna be doing that. Um, clipping those and posting those as well. And then with TikTok, I'm not gonna post all these individual on TikTok. I'm saving those videos and I'm just gonna just throw up compilations. Just post them all on TikTok. Um, 'Cause I've really been posting much on there. Um, which I do apologize for, but I'm just focusing on YouTube as of now. But yeah, so that's the plan for this month. We're gonna be watching Who the Fuck Did I Marry today and tomorrow. Thursday, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and we're gonna be probably gonna get some clips and shit from that. Um, the Suicide Squad DLC season 1 is dropping at the end of the month, so we might do that as well. But and then there's Helldivers 2. I'm not sure if I'll make content off of Helldivers 2. Because I'm kind of playing it by myself right now. So I'm waiting for Ethan, get his shit back, and probably stream it on his channel. I think Dylan said he was gonna get it too, but yeah, because Ethan was playing it. He was playing it since I think the third day it dropped. It's been out for about 2 weeks, so I picked it up sometime last week. Um, I did play Lego. I didn't stream it, but I did play. I did replay Lego Batman 3, and I did play Lego The Incredibles for the first time. Um, and I'm currently replaying Lego Marvel Superheroes. Um, and one thing that's crazy is that I forgot on the old channel we started playing Lego Marvel's Avengers. Um, I think I got about half the game done. I forgot to finish it, so I'm gonna go back and finish that. And I also have Lego Marvel Superheroes too. So I don't know why I just been in a Lego mood recently. So I'm just kind of just been chilling playing those games. Um, we did film an Uno video the other day. Dylan and I with Ethan in the background on the PlayStation app. So there were quite a few funny moments in there too. So expect a clip off of that. But yeah, that's about it. So not really much going on for March. I do want to buy a Red Dead one, but like I said, my hour's been cut, so I haven't been able to do that. I haven't been able to make much money, and so I haven't been able to buy it yet. But that's still in the plan. To do that, and then like I said, we got the Arkham Knight shorts, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and that's pretty much all I got planned. We all do have PUBG Mobile again, so we might start making content off of that again. And yeah, that's about it. I really don't got much planned. Whenever Ethan gets the stuff back, we'll probably finish The Devil in Me. I know you guys wants to finish Gotham Knights as well. Um, and there's another story, co-op story-based game I've been looking to try out as well. Which I did buy actually because it was on sale. It was on one of the sales, so we'll probably set that up. But yeah, that's about it. So enough chit chatting. We're gonna go ahead and get into this video. Around 2 o'clock, I'm gonna leave for a bit, put lunch on for my sister, put my lunch on as well. Did I marry TikTok all parts? By Risa Tisa. Um, Actually, I'm just trying to see some because I just saw something that was like part 7.5. She had like a video oh, she had a video verification. Um, but yeah, and part 50. Basically about 7.5 hours, bro. So, like I said, I'll probably be on. I was gonna play Helldivers 2 with a friend of mine, today, but I might have to cancel that so we can get a good chunk of this done. Um, it's 12:11 right now. I'll be on for about 4 hours and 20 minutes, so that's about half of it. And my mom's calling me, of course. I'll be right back. All right, so we're good. Share screen. Um, she should have low-key made this into a podcast though. I know she got reached out. My mom told me that she got reached out by Adidas and or not Adidas. Not the. It was like some sort of car company. Saying something like, since we love listening to this in our new model such and such. We'd love to reach out. We'd love to talk to you. So she might look to be getting like a free car out that out that shit low key. I'm warming these joints up and get my coffee. Yeah, so I'm gonna end it like at 4:30 because I gotta drop off the red check. I gotta get dressed for work, and I got to actually that reminds me, I need to wash our masks real quick. I got like other stuff I gotta do. Yeah, my bad, guys. I wasn't doing my laundry today, but I would probably just do that tomorrow. All right. I'll try not to pause and talk too much about the video. I'll probably, if anything, I'll probably just like get my thoughts together after like each part. Typical black mom, I can relate. Appreciate that. Like I said, bro, it's a mess right now. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for the haircut love. Oh man. All right. Let's get started. Oh shit, my fault. 1 second. All right, my fault. Let's get that joint back up. I'll do a test. Make sure y'all can hear it, the video as well.
Please excuse the hair, but here is part 1 of
All right, dope.
Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I met my ex-husband around March 4th of 2020.
Is there captions in this bitch?
We met on Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge. I did not realize that he was on both under 2 different names. So one was his actual name, and the other one was a variation, like a nickname that he called himself.
That's crazy.
Different pictures. So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize that you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also, that should have been a red flag. By the way, you will notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags that, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored.
Your first mistake was using Facebook dating, bro. I mean, like, in all honesty, when it comes to social media, like, I forget that Facebook is a thing, bro. I swear to God, only old people use Facebook, bro. I didn't even know Facebook had like a Facebook dating site or whatever that is, or like a section um, for dating. Sorry if you can hear my washer in the back here. Actually, I'm gonna shut my door, but um, but no, that's pretty crazy. This coffee aftertaste is pretty nasty. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it's all I got. I got I don't know if y'all know like those like chilled frappuccino drinks. That's what I got. I typically only get the white chocolate mocha, vanilla or caramel ones. I've tried all of them. I don't really like mocha that much, but that's the one I got because all they just had was mocha and normal coffee. And with normal coffee, there's no fucking flavor in that shit. So, anyways,
All of them.
my fault.
So, anyway, back to the story. We met around March 4th. We exchanged phone numbers. He called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California, from San Diego. His job had transferred him because he was being transferred in as the new regional manager for a major condiment company that is based.
My fault again. The only thing I heard, I forgot to mention what I heard about the story, but the only thing I heard was that, like, he just lied about, like, quite literally everything. It was like a pathological liar. He lied about his family members. He lied about having family members. He lied about family members dying and shit. Um, they were supposedly trying to buy a house, and he lied about that shit too. Like, it was it was crazy, bro. Like, it's insane. Um, but that's about it though. And I know that she didn't name drop. She didn't drop his name in any of these videos, but so he was pretty much safe. But then he made a response video. I remember I saw like a clip of that, and I'm like, yeah, he looks like a fucking liar, dog. I'm not gonna lie, he looks like a pathological liar because it's not even like just about big lies too, but he was just telling like small white lies. It's like dog, like what is you doing? Um, but yeah, so my fault, but I forgot to mention that. But that's pretty much what I heard. But that's the last pause, I promise.
Here in Georgia. I'm not going to say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased. This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had two brothers and two sisters. He also had two half brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call we had. So we talked about family. We talked about friends. We talked about our jobs.
I
At the
was lying
time,
from
I
the
was
jump,
working
bro.
at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this, and he just thought that was like, wow, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also, in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL. I know about college. Go Dogs. But I don't know anything about arena football.
My fault, bro. What is arena football? I've never even heard of that. Arena football is a variety of eight-man indoor gridiron gridiron football. It's played indoors on a smaller field than American or Canadian football, designed to fit the same service area as a standard North American ice hockey rink, resulting in a faster, higher score game that can be played on the floors of indoor arenas. So he's not. Is this still a thing like nowadays? So the actual AFL Arena Football League filed for bankruptcy in late 2019, but there are other smaller leagues such as the IFL and the NAL that are still active. Mm. So it's basically just like beta football. Is kind of what I'm getting. It's like it's like better than flag football, but worse than actual football and college football, like the NFL and shit. That's and even lasted long either. The first of them was founded in 1986. It was only active for almost actually not even I mean almost 3.5 decades, but really only like 33 years. That's crazy. Oh, my fault. I didn't even know the thing went down.
He used to play arena football. He used to work at Apple in the off season of arena football. And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, like good for you. I don't know anything about arena football. And I believe I did tell him that I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on. So he told me, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing, and they're helping me to look for a house. He was like, I'm trying right now. I'm in Gwinnett County, but I'm trying to look for a house, ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, that's great. You're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work, and, this job is really demanding. So that was our first phone call. We talked more. He talked a lot, which took me by surprise because I'm not really used to men talking more than me. He eventually asked me out on a date. Our first date was set for Saturday, March 7th, 2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory. And so we agreed to go out at the Cheesecake Factory
Finally, a
in a
woman that's cool with
location that was
freaking
in
Cheesecake Factory,
between.
bro.
I
This shit
lived
was
in
hard.
Clayton County at the time. He lived in Gwinnett County. I realized that if you don't know
You know,
anything
I
about
only
Metro
ate there
Atlanta, that
like
makes no
twice.
sense. But basically, we lived about 45 minutes apart. So we agreed to meet at the Cheesecake Factory over at Perimeter Mall, which is in an area, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area. I was excited. Like, I called my friends and was like, I got a date, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it goes. First conversation was good. Hopefully he looks like his pictures, because, that's always an issue with online dating. Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285, and literally right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest, I heard a boom and I lost control of my car. Thank God that not thank God, but I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out. So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my way off the exit. I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station. And I said, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused. He got quiet and he was like, tell me exactly where you are. Drop your pin. So I dropped the pin and he came to the gas station. Got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures, that I was like, oh my God, he's actually attractive, because he's like 6'4", 6'5". Also, man, I apologize. So let me go back to the first conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced. And that his ex-wife, she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20. And he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids. But that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California. And so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him. She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California. And so, he was like, I can't stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives. I have to put that in there because that will come back later. So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first conversation we talked about family, job, friends.
I'm only pausing because I'm gonna put my lunch in real quick because I'm still kind of hungry. But although to be honest, like, I mean, I'm not sure if she's trying to like say that was a red flag, but to be honest, like, when two people are together, dating or married, and, someone happens to have kids that don't belong to their current significant other, and they split up. I don't really think it's a red flag, that they stayed apart. 'Cause, my mom and my stepdad, who is my sister's dad, they're not together. They broke off, when we were both still kids. My fault. I'm trying to fix this. Yeah, they broke off when we were still kids, but he still comes around and shit, and he still treats me um like I'm one of his kids. I'll say like it's not really more so like a father and a son type thing though. It's more so that like it's definitely more so that like we're friends basically. That's kind of what it is. I still get him shit for Christmas and Father's Day. Um, he'll either get me stuff um for Christmas or for my birthday. More times than not, it's usually just money. But hey, I'm cool with that because money is money. You feel me? Um, Especially Christmas. I need that shit because you know Solstice's about to come up, so I definitely need to keep some extra cash on me for real, for real. But yeah, so I don't think I'm not sure that's what she's trying to hint at. Because I know that is a red flag for a lot of people. Um, but it's just the thing that people do. Um, Especially if they've been together for a long time. Um, and that they essentially pretty much raise them almost. Now I'll say what a red flag is. I forgot. I think it was freaking Morgan Freeman. What I think is crazy is how you're gonna be with someone, and then her kids are not your kids, but so you're their stepdad, and then you're raising them, and then they become an adult, and and they become an adult, and you basically just start dating them. Like that's weird to me, bro. Like it's not illegal, but it's like you knew them since they were like a kid. You raised them. Like you're legit. You're legit their dad, bro. You're not just their stepdad. You're quite literally like their father at that point in my eyes. So that that's weird to me. Um, I really hope I actually got that right though, because I don't. I'm pretty sure it was Morgan Freeman though. I'm pretty sure it was Morgan Freeman. But nah, that joint is crazy. Let me see actually. Morgan Freeman girlfriend. Maybe it wasn't. No, maybe it wasn't Morgan Freeman. No, wait, never mind. Oh, they were having an affair, and she was dating somebody, and her boyfriend killed her. Yo, and that was his step granddaughter. Nah, bruh. Well, wait. Apparently he said something. Hold on, slight tangent. That's crazy, bro. Hold on, because I never like really like officially looked into this freaking to this story. Oh, bro, denied murder by reason of insanity. claiming that he would have not killed if he had been affected by drugs. Nah, bro was just heated up. Apparently asked Shell Hines discussing her grandpa feelings with her boyfriend. Freeman said, I don't even know what you're talking about. Freeman issued a statement some years back that said the recent reports of any pending marriage or romantic relationship of me to anyone are defamatory fabrications from the tabloid media designed to sell papers. It was even more alarming that these fabrications not being picked up by the legitimate press as well. Hines issued a statement back in 2012 saying these stories about me and my grandfather are not only untrue, they are also hurtful to me and my family. I don't know, bro. There's a witness that she called the cops. He was yelling things about releasing the devil out of her. Okay, so maybe. Wait, what? Hines was the daughter of Morgan Freeman's stepdaughter, who he adopted during his first marriage. After that marriage ended, Freeman's second wife then formally adopted Hines and helped to raise her. Oh, that's the girl's name. Okay. Okay, I was about to say that's confusing. And of course, they said they're too scared to jump in and help out. But like, bro, like there was like 3 of y'all, bro. Why didn't y'all just jump him? Oh, he was found not guilty. But he was convicted of manslaughter because his team argued he was in a state of drug-induced psychosis at the time of the attack. Agents trial said that while Davenport stabbed Hines to death in the street, he shouted, "I love you. I've always loved you. God would have wanted this." After he was getting sentenced at the hospital following the attack, he realized what he had done and showed immediate remorse. And yeah, I don't know. I do still think that they probably have something going on because, like, unless there had been another reason for him to do that, because I mean, it's not gonna be just drugs, like, dog. But at the same time, though, that he could have low key just been crazy. Crazy plus drugs equals bad. So I hope that's not true. But if it is true, like I said, that's crazy. Especially after I just read that he helped raise her, bro. That was just my point, bro. But yeah, that's crazy. But anyway, sorry for that tangent. Let's get back into it.
How he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, I would think people talk about in the first conversation. All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station. He changes my tire, which I just thought was the sexiest thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, "Hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut." So he followed me to the tire place, and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was definitely like, wow. And so the vibe was good. So anyway, I get the tire fixed. We follow each other to the Cheesecake Factory over in Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm like,
Holding
This
hands
is
on the first
just
date?
this.
Nah, bro.
Oh my God, I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who had butterflies. So I had butterflies,
She was down bad,
and
bro.
we go in. There's a long wait, and so we sit outside and we just talk, and the conversation's great. And this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me, I believe at the time he was 42. He was like, I want to get married and it be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away. And I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like, that is what I want. He's like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real, because the first time, it really hurt me when she cheated on me. So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. And so he was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married, definitely want to have a family, and I want to marry my best friend. So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part one. All right, who the fuck did I marry? Part two. So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits and none of that. So the dinner at Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was a good vibe. So at the end of the date, or excuse me, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend. I don't know the name of the song. By the time this video posts, I will put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight. And I thought it was a sign. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how it was, what it was like living in California, how he went out there. He went to San Diego State. He played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, life, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company. And then he explained that he also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years. He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was like, okay, I didn't know that they had championships. And he was like, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, he was on that team. So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked something in the IT area of Apple, but it within the store. Again, it was one of those, it's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon, I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife. It's because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words, I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, is this
Another thing, bro. I low-key think that's exactly how, like, it should be. Like, not necessarily uncomfortable, but it's like if you're like, chilling with someone and vibing with them, then like, it's important to kind of have those conversations. And to be quite honest, I don't really see anything wrong with somebody talking about their ex, both the good parts and the bad parts. To be honest with you, and like, and talking about that sort of stuff, it kind of like it kind of lets you know what the person has been through and in some cases, why, either like sometimes or completely like all the time, why they are the way they are. Um, it helps see, it helps you to see what they're looking for, what it is that they like about parts of guys, what it is, because like we're all different in our own ways, obviously, but everyone has kind of like the same, kind of like the same habits, kind of, if that makes sense. So it kind of helps you to see what she likes, what she doesn't like, um, or vice versa. What he likes, what he doesn't like. Of course, as well. But yeah, just overall, it's still kind of like building a connection, because like it or not, when you're trying to date somebody, and this is coming from somebody who hasn't even like, who's only been in maybe like one or two serious relationships. But like when you're trying to like at least like vibe with somebody, you're trying to make a connection and basically learn about each other's stories. The thing about stories, though, there's side characters, bro, both major and minor ones, and so you kind of got to learn about them as well to kind of, they the side characters affect the main character, bro. It's like watching a show or a movie. What the side characters do and what they're like has an effect on what the main character does, what the main character is like. So I can understand why in some sort of sense that it can be uncomfortable, and why it can be uncomfortable for some people. But overall, I feel like it really shouldn't be like that. To be honest, with me, especially if you can like. Now, I'll say like a red flag is that like if basically like if the dude is like yeah, she was like the most perfect girl, he was the most perfect guy, did nothing wrong. It was all my fault because I fucked up and I cheated or something. And it's like, okay, then I can understand that type shit.
Are you ready for a relationship, or are you still um, missing her? So we talked about that. We talked about my exes. That was a mistake I made because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with. That will come back later. Um, and he seemed real cool about it. He was like, that was before me and blah, blah, blah. So the conversation was good. Midnight comes and I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking, talking, and talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. So during those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster. Um, I remember Red Lobster. But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine?
Sorry.
So the question was, are we
Oh, this
going
is
to
during
quarantine at
2020.
his place, which he had like a studio type of situation. Like it clearly where he was staying, I was like,
No, not
it's
for the
like a
watchers.
studio apartment, but he kept telling me like this is temporary because I'm looking for a house.
I was just
Like
checking my hot
he
pocket.
showed me from a woman who worked at the company where she was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like he's not trying to stay here long term. And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't. Da, 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 da. I saw the email. I read it. I read the email. So the decision was, we're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we going to quarantine in my house? First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made. So ladies, caution moment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
During one of our dates,
She is Loki kind of like moving, like they are moving way too fast. I mean, I can understand because they're vibing, but me personally, I'm like, if I were, if I was her, and I was dating this dude, pause. But if I was her, I'll be like, all right, I know we're both, going for the same thing. We both have like, the same goals, same aspirations, but slow it down just a little bit, bro. Um, and then they met like in early March, and that's right when COVID first started popping off. Um, so they haven't even been together for like a month. Um, so I'm just like, bro, like, yeah, they're definitely moving a little too fast, bro. Way too fast. But I can understand, bro. He got her hooked. He got her hooked. He's up here playing. I think I met my wife tonight in the car. Like, bro knew what he was doing, gang. He knew what he was doing.
Because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything like that. Just two people who I thought were really on some. All right, let's see if this is going to grow into something. He came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhome. He was in his studio. Now, I'm telling you guys all of this in order of how it happened. So some things I'm probably going to insert what I was thinking and the mistake I made. Can I turn this off? No. Okay, still need that. And I say that to say that I did not realize inviting him to my home probably made his eyes go, oh shit, she's a keeper. She got this 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhouse, and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah, let me go ahead and pursue this. What I need to do to quarantine here. The decision was made, quarantine
Yeah,
in my house.
definitely
So the state went on lockdown. He
definitely
came
using
and
her, bro.
stayed with me in my home. And for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of, bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband. And now you living with a dude and he ain't your husband. Like, it was a struggle for me because I knew better. And don't come for me. I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was like that. It was not sitting right with me. But at the same time, I didn't want to quarantine by myself. I did not want to. So there we go. So he moved in. We talked about the bills. Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance. He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000. He
Damn.
paid the utility bills. And so when he's telling me that he's a regional manager, I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And I am not, this is where it's not gonna make me look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially about how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And so I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up, because it's like, but your page, you don't have to worry right now. Like, he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes, because this was still March. So we're living together, and I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean, and then we have a conversation about house. Is he
I'm
still
gonna
going?
go check my food real quick, but W mans, bro. Like, I really don't understand like what's with men, wanting women to cook. Like, I mean, to be honest with you, I do want to marry a girl that knows how to cook, simply because that I don't want to do all the cooking by myself. And if I'm like sick or some shit, I'd be like, hey, bro, can you know, make me, something. Or if I'm like feeling like depressed, she can make me like one of my favorite dishes type shit, and then we could, cook together type shit, bro. Like that's what I want. Which is crazy because a lot of the girls that I've had feelings for, most of them didn't know how to cook, or only knew like the bare minimum basics. Oh, yeah, that joint's done. Actually, is it? Yeah, that's good. Um, because I know how like the big thing with men is that they want you know women only to cook, and then there are some feminists who get mad at the fact that men think that way. I'm gonna be honest with you, to feminists, if you guys want to date a man, excuse me, that pretty much knows how to cook and basically provide himself that like the traditional woman back in the day would have to do, I would say don't date white guys, to be honest with you. Because I guarantee you, if I grew up in a household with a white parent or white parents, how to cook. My mom was the one who taught me. And the thing is, like, cooking is not even that hard, bro. All you gotta do is just follow recipes and shit. Like, pretty much. Now, I'll say one thing. The thing that I suck at, which I mean, I can't really say I suck at because I only did it once, is baking, bro. I can't really bake that well. But like I said, I don't really have that much experience, anyways. But when it comes to cooking, bro, you just gotta just look up recipes like online. Um, growing up, my mom will help me out with a couple of them, and then over time, I can learn how to do them. And then, because you keep cooking like the same thing over and over again, certain dishes, then you don't need to look at the recipe anymore. So you got it locked in your head. So, for example, my favorite dish to cook is tater tot casserole, and all you gotta do is just get some tater tots, put that dish in a tray. Um, Cook the meat, mix the meat with pause, mix the meat with sour cream and cream of onion or cream of mushroom, whichever you prefer. Spread it, pause, all over the tater tots. Cheese, tater tots, add more cheese. It's basically like that. Um, that's my go-to. That's my go-to number one dish, basically. But yeah, but how I would cook it was my mom showed me the recipe. She helped me out with it like the first time or the first two times. Then I would do it myself. I'll still look at the recipe, and then over time, I mean, like it's even gotten to the point where like at first I'll have to go to the store and I would have to put what I need in my notes, or I'd ask my mom like, hey, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And then over time, I didn't even have to do that, bro. I knew what to get. I knew what to get. So cooking is not that hard.
To buy a house just for him, or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because we are going to try to make this thing work, be official, get married, have a family.
Facts,
So the
man.
question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us. Remember, he was already looking for a house for him. But then he was like, you know what? We're together. I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us. He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that and it had the Chase emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for 700.
So at the end of part two.
All right, part three. Who the
All
fuck
right.
did I marry? So this is when he showed me a letter from Chase with the Chase logo at the top, stating that he had been approved for a mortgage for a $750,000 mortgage or a $750,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over 750. And I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like, we're good. Like, I'm financially, I am okay. He was like, that's why I'm able to get approved for $750,000 mortgage. So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank, he had an account with US Bank, and he had an offshore account. This is what he told me. The offshore account, I was like, why? And he explained something about, the US, the US imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in US banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account. Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck. I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for $750,000. So I went off of what I saw. So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor, and
Let me just say another thing too, bro. That um, cooking hot dogs or putting chicken nuggets and fries in the oven or an air fryer is not cooking, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. The only thing I'll probably consider close to cooking will be making a salad, because you can do all sorts of creative shit with a salad. In fact, there was one time where I made like this bomb ass, like crazy ass salad, bro. So I was following a recipe and I was like, shit, bro. Like this joint looks clean as fuck. Um, but yeah. Um, I just want to get that out of the way because I've seen people say, I mean, I know how to make hot dogs, I know how to make chicken nuggets and fries. Like, bro, that's not cooking, bro. That's not cooking.
who was based in Cobb County, because I was very adamant I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area, in Cobb County, Georgia. He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you're going to be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that this was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home. It would have to be a virtual tour. So this particular realtor, we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville. I was fine with Douglasville.
Ooh, okay.
So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house. The house was a nice home.
I also know
5
about something
bedrooms,
major
4
about the story, but
baths.
I'm not going to spoil it
So
because
we did
it's pretty
a
crazy.
FaceTime tour of the home, and the home was listed, I believe, roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself
That's
living
actually,
there. I
damn,
could see
that's
us
actually not that
living
bad.
there. Could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April. So he really liked the house. He was like, you know what, we'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again, it was COVID, we weren't going to be able to see the house in person because the family still lived there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted. I said, okay. So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in. I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband. And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was calling me and it was like, hey, I put the offer in, and what they're asking for is proof of funds. And I didn't know I did not know anything at this time about buying a house. So I was like, hey, you probably need to talk to him, because I'm not even listed on the mortgage. Like, from the paperwork I saw, it was only in his name. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork. The offer was approved, and they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home. He put down, I believe, $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it.
Oh, my fault. I just gotta check some real quick. All right, never mind.
Could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so realistically, this is April. We should be able to get in that house by June. Okay, no problem. So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor, and the realtor is like, hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house. So I was confused. I'm at work, and I said, oh, I was told that he put an offer in. And the realtor was like, he did? I didn't know that he put an offer in. And I said, well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in, and he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money. And so the realtor was like, well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that, because I didn't know anything about it. So red flag, of course. So I call him, and he, in true narcissistic nature, he flips the script, and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off, like he shouldn't, excuse me, I have the hiccups. He shouldn't be calling you. If he has a question, he should call me, because I'm the one that's on the mortgage. He was like, and now it's going to be an issue. And I said, well, did you put the offer in with him or not?
Okay, bro,
and he said, no, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor, so I can give him the business. So I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, is the house under contract or is it not? He was like, yes, the house is under contract. This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later, on realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract. So show my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, I told you it was under contract. He was like, I did you not believe me? And I ain't had the heart to say, hell no, I didn't believe you. Like, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract, I absolutely believe that, okay, it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move. And so we had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind, a family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready, because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture to be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical and planning and saying, this is what we need to do. So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's, because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances. He had a printout. Let me be clear. He had a printout. So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So we went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances, and
Stainless steel type shit.
here's where we get into the shopping. All right, part 4. So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of the SKU number. We had representatives helping us, and he basically explained to them, "Hey, we're buying a house. We should be closing sometime in June. Can we order this stuff now? Can I put a hold on it? Like, what can we do? Because we're not ready for delivery." I stood there as the Home Depot rep said, "We can hold it in our warehouse. Like, you can buy something and we can hold it." People do it all the time, especially with COVID. So I watched him pay. I want to say it was about it was either $350 or $500. I watched him pay a deposit on a whole new set of appliances for them, and they were going to hold it until we were ready for delivery. I watched this. So I was like, okay, good deal. Like, we got the appliances. Next, let's go to Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture and find
All right, real quick, I'm gonna start our dishwasher. Is this joint full? Oh man. Yeah, just about. Also, even like the mindset of men, always having some guys have the mindset of I work all day, so you gotta not only cook, but you also gotta clean. Like I'm telling y'all, bro, y'all gotta date some black men or some minority, bro, because like I said, as someone who grew up with the black mom, bro, chores, bro, there'll be times where like I could be working my ass off, at school and work, and just because I don't do a chore, or I'll do like a bunch of chores and I happen to miss one chore, shit, bro. So I'm telling y'all, bro. Now, now I am gonna keep it a buck, bro, and uh, this goes for like literally everybody. Right? I don't people have those type of days, but there are some days where you know if I'm off all day or off most of the day, or I work an early shift, there are some days at home that I just don't want to do anything. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I didn't do anything yesterday when I got home. Um, yeah, I was about to say, did I? No, I didn't do anything yesterday when I got home. Cause I didn't have to work yesterday evening. Um, but I worked from 7:30 to 1:30. Um, the only thing I did was I brought home a pizza. I brought home a pepperoni and cheese pizza, and so I cooked the pepperoni joint. But yeah. So I'm telling y'all, bro, like feminists need to get with some people of color, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Um, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Um, I mean, shit. Like on average, bro. Like if I'm home most of the day and I got, I usually work at Dollar Tree in the evenings, bro. Um, I usually I usually just put the dishes up, clean the dishes, and take the trash out. That's about it. Um, days where I'm off or I only got to work in the evening. Um, I mean, or I'm off in the evening. I only got to work in the morning in the middle of the day. Then I'll do shit like like clean our bathroom and vacuum and shit. But yeah.
Actual furniture. So we went all around Rooms To Go. We went to Ashley Furniture. We went to American Signature. And I saw all these things that I wanted. Again, he's taking pictures of it. He was like, I can go online and order it. I didn't think anything of it because, again, I just saw that we held the appliances. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So April turns into May. May 2020 comes. This is where things start to get a little interesting. May comes, and obviously we had not done inspection. And I'm asking him all the time, what's the deal with the house? He was like, oh, because of COVID, they're trying to get someone to do the inspection. But the guy that they had, it was always something. The guy they had caught COVID, so they're going to have to get somebody else. And he's like 15 houses backed up, so it'll be a while. So at this point in May, I know I look crazy. In this point in May of 2020, I started recording audio diaries. I don't know why. It was something just made me just start recording my thoughts in an audio diary, and I still have them. And I would save them by the date, and I would just start talking about what's on my mind. So I was like, I knew there was something was nagging me, like, but I kept pushing it out of my mind. I was like, you saw, this is what I reminded myself. You saw him pay for the appliances. You know the house is under contract. You know that he told you that he's the one who put the house under contract. Why would, I remember saying to myself, why would he lie about that? This is so easy to verify. Why would he lie about that? Have you caught him in any other lie? And at the time, the answer was no. So I really was like, maybe you just aren't used to a guy who actually does what he's supposed to do. Like, I was questioning myself and then answering my own questions. So inspection didn't happen. Around mid-May, I found out I was pregnant. May 2020. When I found out I was pregnant, he was ecstatic, and I was like, oh shit. The reason why I was oh shit is because, number one, I'm plus size. Number two, because of my age, I felt like it was probably going to be a high risk pregnancy. And I wasn't married. And that nagged. I cannot tell y'all how much it nagged me. There was a lot of internal struggle in between. My family didn't even know that he had moved in at this point. I told them, that I was pregnant, went to the doctor, everything looked good. But again, because it was COVID, he couldn't go in with me into the actual room. So, doing any sort of ultrasound, doing the blood test, because my HCG levels were really high. So the doctor was like, hey, it might be twins. We don't know yet. You're still kind of early, along. They gave me a due date. The due date was January 26th of 2021. So, yeah. May, found out I was pregnant. So there was now more of a push into, we got to get a house. We got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm not having a baby in Riverdale. Okay, nothing against Riverdale, but I ain't having a baby in Riverdale. So we need to find out what's going on with this house. And so he was on top of it. He had an answer for everything. He was like, I'm gonna call and find out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. He then magically told me about a week later, oh, they're going to do inspection on the house, like in 2 days. So I was just like, okay, keep in mind, I'm taking his word for it. I'm taking his word for all this. So he's like, they're going to do an inspection. Once we get the inspection report back, then we will know what we are going to be responsible for. What are we getting ourselves into? So, I guess they did an inspection. He showed me an inspection report. Only thing that they said that the roof had just recently been replaced, which I remember he was very happy about. And the issues that there were for the house were minor. It was not a bad, because we did have a discussion about it. He was like, it's nothing that we can't handle. Then he said that we were set to close the end of May. We were set to close the end of May. He told me it was going to be a virtual closing. You're probably like, what the hell is a virtual closing? Because again, he's saying because of COVID, people are not closing in the office. They're doing a virtual closing where you would need to electronically sign the paperwork. This is what he's telling me. And so he was like, we're set to close like
back
just
to
before
school.
Memorial.
Like he's able to like just bro, like you said, bro. He had an answer for everything, bro. He's able to keep up with his lies. The lies he's saying is actually like low key making sense. Like holy shit, bro. Like these pathological liars, man, bro. Like they're the scary part is that they're smart and they're cunning. It's crazy.
Day. And so for some reason, again, there's still that nagging part. For some reason, I didn't start packing. Anyone that knows me will tell you I hate moving. I've done it enough in my life. I hate moving. But I did not start packing up that house at all. I was just like, I'm pregnant. My body was changing so.
Bro, honestly, I feel the same way. Well, not about like they're pregnant and shit and having to move while pregnant, but I low-key hate moving in general. Like, after my mom and my stepdad split up, we moved to this apartment complex. At the time, we only lived in a 2-bedroom, and so I want to say, shit, how old was I? I was either maybe 5 or 6, and my sister was maybe only 3 or 4. No, or 2 or 3. Because no, actually no, my sister's because I was gonna mix up because my sister's 2 years younger than me, but she's 3 grades behind me because there's that dumb rule where you have to be at least 5 before the school year starts, and so my birthday is in August. Her birthday's in October, which is school starts. At the time, it started in September, so she'll be 5 after September, so they wouldn't let her go to school. So yeah. But yeah, so we had to share a room, and my mom had the master bedroom, of course, the massive bedroom. Anyways, but yeah, so we had to share a room, and then it was like for like the rest of elementary school, which honestly like to be honest with you, it wasn't that bad. Um, she had, well, for starters, it's 2 rooms, so we live in a 3-bedroom apartment right now, but so like it's basically like the size of our room was our 2 rooms was combined because our rooms here are small as fuck. I'm actually pretty sure that I have the smallest room. Maybe it's just because I don't know, but I mean my room is like I just like I go to my room. I don't really got that much space. I go to my sister's room, bro, and she has like a whole bunch of space. Um, and she has more shit in her room than I do. We both have like these like little cubicle stands. Um, I have I have a night dresser, but it's like the cubicle's right next to my bed, so that's where I really like keep my phone and shit, like right on top. Like I don't even really keep much on top of it, but it's like a shelf, and so that's like where my clothes are and stuff. She has that, but I have like books and DVDs as well. I keep my comic books in my closet, but with her cubicle, she has a drawer in her closet. That's where her clothes are. I mean, like night clothes and like casual clothes and shit. Our like clothes are usually in our closet. I say usually because for me, I am one of the guys that has a laundry chair. I only for my work clothes though, and for like sweatpants, I keep those on my chair. Um, that's about it. I would just do my laundry and then just fold them over on my chair on the back of my chair. Um, and depending on how many clothes there are, someone just toss them bitches right on top of my bed. But yeah, but I have like a little nightstand at the foot of my bed. It's in between my bed and my door. Um, and that's where I keep like my hygiene stuff at. You guys probably maybe seen it in the background in past streams. Um, but anyways, tangent. But yeah, honestly, sharing a room with her, like it honestly wasn't that bad. Um, we had a door. Oh, hold on. We had a door that would lead like straight into the room, and so her bed would be in that corner, like the four corners. It will be the door, and then her bed will be in the corner across from the door, and then right next to the door, it's like a wall. There's a little bit of wall space, and then there's the closet, and so obviously we shared a closet. But she did keep some of her clothes in my mom's room. Um, but yeah, so we would do. I think that was pretty much it. Then we had like a patch of space on the side to the right. I think that's where we kept. We had like a small bookshelf. Because she still has hers, but she has like a small bookshelf, and then I had one. I'm pretty sure I got rid of that though. Um, and we also had bean bags. Yeah, I remember and I broke mine um like right after we moved into this one, but she still has hers, and hers is like flat as well. I didn't mean I broke it. Mine got flat. So I got rid of it. Actually, no. It it got flat after I rearranged my room. Um, yeah, that's what happened. Because originally my bed used to be where my desk is, and I had a dresser in the corner where my bed is with the TV on top. Um, then I had a nightstand next to my desk where it is right now. Um, so yeah, so like basically my room, like my floor space was pretty much like a U. You had the floor between my closet and my bed, on one side, and then bed to the window. So yeah, it wasn't fun. So I'm actually gonna rearrange it to where it is now. That way I have like a little bit of space. But yeah, another slight tangent, my bad. But yeah, so honestly, sharing a room with her, it wasn't that bad. I did used to like, I did used to prank her when we would go to sleep when we were kids. Like, like we were supposed to be asleep. I started staying up late around middle school. Because we had laptops at the time, so I'll just be watching movies or playing games on my laptop. Um, underneath my covers, that way it wouldn't be too bright. But there is Loki one time where I don't know why, but I just kept taking the covers off her off her bed. It pissed her off one time. It was funny. I was a excuse me. I was a mischievous little kid growing up, but yeah. Other than that, though, it wasn't crazy. How the changing situation worked. Um, she pretty much changed my mom's room, and I would change in our room. Now in the mornings though, because she was in elementary school at the time and I had middle school, so I had to get up early. Um, so to make sure I didn't disturb her, I would actually change in my mom's room in the mornings, and yeah, that's how that worked. But anyways, so we moved. We're still in the same neighborhood. We lived there until I want to say we moved in the summer, and that's what made it suck. Was because it was hot as fuck outside. But it was the summer between my seventh and my eighth grade year. So I think it was early summer, but this actually specific apartment used to belong to a friend of mine because we were looking for a three-bedroom apartment because we were getting older, we needed our own space, obviously. My sister and I was like, hey, I know one of my friends here. She actually is actually moving out of that building soon. So if no one has grabbed it up yet, maybe you could talk to one of the people here to see if we can move to that one. And she was like, okay, I'll do that. She talked to her. No one else, had grabbed it yet, so we did. We moved here, and that's how that worked. But yeah, when we moved, we did get a U-Haul. Because in my neighborhood, there's only like a actually like a head count. There's four on the far side, and there's one behind us, one next to that building, and then there's our building, and then there's two buildings in front of us. Um, so that's what, four, five, six, seven. That's nine buildings basically. And there's only like it's a continuous, it's like a loop. But if we're like getting rid of the loop into some other straightaways, it's basically just two roads. Um, so we did have a U-Haul to move like the real heavy stuff. My sister went over to my grandmother's house. Um, and so like shit, like with like moving like the couch. Um, Probably a lucky just couch, but no, I do remember we did get a U-Haul to deal with that, and or maybe we didn't. Maybe we no, we did get a U-Haul. Never mind, I'm wrong. I think we did. Hold on, I can't actually. Yeah, no, we did get a U-Haul. Okay, I know for sure we did get a U-Haul, but for a lot of the stuff we just actually just walked the distance. But it sucked because we first lived on the first floor of that building, and now we live on the third floor, and it's like almost like 30 steps. Um, so it's summertime. It's hot as shit outside. We're carrying stuff. It was crazy. Um, and my stepdad, or I mean, I still call him my dad. My dad and I think one of his friends or one of his other kids helped us out for a bit. Uh, they brought the couch up. That part I remember. Because that was really like the only like crazy heavy thing. The appliances are all um apartment based. The only thing that wasn't was the washer and the dryer. Um, but I think at the time, either we brought over our washer and dryer from that apartment to up here. Because I know there was a period of time that our washer and dryer did break it, so my mom would use um the the one that's there. There's a laundry room in the leasing office, and so I know she used that. But I can't remember. I think that was when we were living in this one. So I don't know how we got the washer and the dryer up here. Um, but yeah, basically. Actually, I think we're trying to move the washer and dryer from our first apartment, and we couldn't because they said that if we moved, people said that if we moved it, it was gonna break. So I think that's what happened. But yeah, but long story short, that was the only time it helped us move because when we moved down here, I'm pretty sure my mom did it all by herself. Or she probably had help from her friends. But I was, like I said, four or five, or I mean, five or six. Sorry. So I can, you know, I could do anything. So yeah, so I only moved once, and I absolutely hated it. Even moving from one building to another in the same neighborhood, which is a pretty small neighborhood, was it was tough. It was tough. So that's my fault for the tangent, but I just wanted to say that. But yeah, like I know like a lot of people like hate sharing rooms like with their younger siblings. I mean, like we were all pretty much okay. For the most part. Um, I didn't really find it that big a deal. Um, but yeah, but now we have our this three-bedroom apartment. We both got our own rooms, and it's pretty dope, I must say. Um, like I think what made it fine was the fact that the room was spacious enough to hold two of us. Um, because like I said, at the corner you had the closet. Um, so I bet it was like next to the closet, but there was enough walkway space to keep it unblocked. But yeah, that's about it. So I if it was like a really small room, then I probably would have hated it. Not gonna lie.
Fast that it was like I can barely keep my eyes open half the day. Um, and so, no, I didn't start packing. And I remember I did record, again, I was recording audio diaries just about every day. When something didn't sit
I'm gonna go
right,
mute, but
I
I'm
would
still gonna be
verbally
listening.
record it in the audio diary because I was like, I don't know what it is, but there's something. That was the theme of our relationship. I don't know what it is, but I know there's something. And so I remember talking to myself in my little prayer closet because that's where I would do my recordings. And I remember thinking, what if we don't get this house? Like, what if he's lying? But again, there goes that thought process of, why would he lie about this? Like, who makes up that they're buying a house when in fact they're not? And then he's showing you all this paperwork. Like, come on, you can't be that jaded that you don't even believe what's in front of you. All right? So now we're going to go into part 5.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment.
Okay, part 5. Who the fuck did I marry? So I'm questioning all this stuff in my head out loud on my audio diaries. And then once again, I'm like, but look at what he's giving you. Like, he's paying, it wasn't a question about money. It was just a question of, are we really about to move into this house? And keep in mind, he's paying all the household bills. He still is. So we were supposed to close before Memorial Day. We didn't. There was an excuse. There was always an excuse with him. Always an excuse. And I didn't know enough about the process to question stuff because I really wasn't involved the way I should have been. And it was giving me a lot of anxiety. So I'm pregnant with a lot of anxiety. And if I'm going to be 100% honest with y'all, I was not expecting that I was probably going to have a healthy pregnancy because I was stressed. And what I was stressed about is I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't really involved the way that a normal relationship would be involved. Just being honest. So we did not close. We move now into June. This is now going into June. Around June 5th, I looked at the house again on Realtor.com. I don't know what made me do it other than, and I don't mean to sound super spiritual. I know that people are like, you may or may not believe in God, but I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart, probably the Holy Spirit was like, look at that house on Realtor.com. So I looked at the house on Realtor.com. This was around June 5th. It showed that the house was off the market. And I remember being like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because ex-husband is telling me we're about to close on the house. We're about to close. It's our house. We got furniture, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. He's also telling me that he's been in contact with the realtor, his friend, who was telling him, this is what was happening next. Here's what's going on. So the guy that we initially worked with apparently is completely out of the picture. But again, I was not heavily involved. So I'm just like, let me look at the house. I see it's off market. What the fuck does off market mean? Like, now I'm really freaking out. So it shows the name of the real estate agent for the seller. I don't remember her name. I called her and I said, I said, my husband and I, even though I wasn't married, My husband and I were looking at this house at 123 Main Street, and we really wanted to tour it, but now I'm showing it's off market. Is it not available? Or, I pulled that card, and she was like, oh, no, ma'am. The home closed yesterday. It closed June 4th. Again, there are certain dates I just remember. And I said, oh, it closed June 4th? I was like, really? And she said, yes, ma'am. She was like, my sellers sold the house. And I was like, oh, man, okay. Well, I said, my husband and I really wanted, we love the pictures of it. And we're getting ready to start a family. So I would have loved to have been able to, have the opportunity to see it. I asked her something. I don't remember the specific question I asked her. And I know why I asked the question, because I was anticipating that my boyfriend at the time was going to have some sort of excuse. So I asked her something about the buyers. And I remember, and somehow, again, forgive me, I don't remember the question I asked her. But the answer was that it was an older white couple. So I get off the phone with her. I record an audio diary, and in the audio diary, I specifically say, okay, there is no house. He's going to have to get out of this lie somehow. Because now I realize, at the very least, he was lying about him being the one who was under contract. I knew enough about that. So I was like, what, how is he going to get out of this? Again, I've listened to the audio diary in 2024. I literally said in that audio diary, how is he going to get out of this lie? And I was trying to think of ways on how he's going to do it. And something said to me, because I say it on the audio diary, I said, he's going to say it's a bad deal. And he's going to say he wants to pull out. Y'all keep in mind, I am pregnant. So I had a decision to make. As ugly as this decision was, I made the decision, you're about to have a baby with this man. He's paying all the household bills. Let him get out of the lie. And that's what I did. I purposely made the decision that I knew he was going to come back, and I knew he was going to give me some bullshit on why he couldn't buy the house, because he didn't know that I knew that house is already sold. The house is already sold. And this is the part where I said, I'm going to be honest, even though it's going to make me look bad. Because most women in their right mind would have been like, I'm out. And I didn't. So, sure enough, he came home. He didn't really say anything that day. The next day I asked him about the house. And he said, my friend, the realtor, he was like, I'm talking to him because something's going on with the interest rate. And when he said that, I felt so much relief, because I knew that I had been prepared for, he's going to give you some bullshit. So when he said there's something with the interest rate, I said, you know what? This is literally what I said, y'all. If the interest rate isn't good, then we shouldn't move there. We should probably let this house go. We should cancel whatever furniture we ordered, or, appliances, and let's just look for another house. I said, I would like to be moved before the end of the year. I said, I really don't want to be 9 months pregnant moving into a house. I would like to be done with this before then. And the way I said it was so calm. And he was like, okay. He was like, I'm going to call the friend, the realtor, and tell him I'm backing out of the house. and I'm gonna see if I can get my earnest money back. And I remember looking at him. I was standing in the kitchen and I cocked my head to the side and I said, okay, get your earnest money back and let's find another house. And so that's how that first house fell through. So, fast forward, I keep looking at this to see how much time I have, because they only give you 10 minutes. So this is part 5, part 6 is coming up. But subsequently, what ends up happening the next week, which is mid-June, I was at work. And I started cramping, started bleeding. And at this point, my doctor, I had just had an ultrasound earlier that day. So I went to work because the ultrasound was fine. I went to work and the cramping and the bleeding started. And I started crying because I kind of knew what was going on. And my doctor had called me and told me that when they did the ultrasound, they did not see a heartbeat. So she was like, this pregnancy is not going to be viable. So I'm crying, hysterical. And now we're going to get into part 6. Okay, so this is part 6 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So where we left off. So obviously, my doctor had called and told me there was no heartbeat. The pregnancy was not viable at that point, and I was cramping and spotting at work. Went into my best friend's office and immediately started crying. She was like, "What's going on?" And I said, I told her what the doctor said, and she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and was like, "Let's go. I'm taking you home." On my way home, I called my boyfriend and told him what the doctor said. And he was like, "I'll meet you at home." So he was coming from Duluth, went straight home. And so about 24, 48 hours later, I had a doctor's appointment. And my doctor gave me 3 options. First option, let everything happen naturally. Your body will expel the fetus on its own. Second option, you can take a pill which will induce expelling the fetus at home. The pill basically will cause you to contract and expel. The third option was to go into the hospital and do a D&C. I did not want to do a D&C because I did not want to be in a hospital with COVID going on. And for whatever reason, I did not do the option of let it happen naturally. So I chose to do the pill. His birthday was June 17th. My ex's birthday was June 17th. So the decision was made, we're going to celebrate his birthday that day, go out to eat. And then that night I would take the pill because we both were off from work the next 2 or 3 days. So went out to eat to try to celebrate as best we could, and then took the pill that night. That night was the most traumatic, excruciating pain I've ever put my body through. I do not recommend any woman, if prayerfully you don't have to go through that, but I don't recommend taking that pill. If you don't have to, don't do it. I spent the whole night in the bathroom just crying in so much pain. They gave me a narcotic. I couldn't take it because I found out I was allergic to it. So it was causing me to like projectile vomiting. It was a mess. So, and he was right there. He was scared that he needed to take me to the ER. But in the morning, the pain kind of subsided. So about 72 hours later, I had another doctor's appointment where the purpose of this appointment was to do an ultrasound to see if everything had passed. Everything did not pass. So because of that, my doctor was like, we're going to have to do a D&C. My D&C was scheduled for the first week of July. my boyfriend, my ex, was going to take me. Um, that was always the plan. 2 days before my procedure, he comes home and tells me that he is up for a promotion. He's up to be promoted to VP. Because of this, the president of the company, excuse me, is coming in, and it was going to be this huge business meeting he had to go to. The business meeting was scheduled for the day of my surgery. And so I'm throwing a fit because I was like, there's no way you can do that meeting. Like, I need you to take me to the hospital and all this other stuff. And so he offered to have his sister take me to the hospital. Apparently his sister lived in Douglasville. I was like, no, because I've never met her. Like, I'm not having a stranger take me to the hospital. No, this is a private situation. I don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. So my aunt had offered to take me. And then my friend who took me home from work had offered to take me. So at that point, we get into an argument because he's like, my sister is, you about your family. So why can't she step in? And I was like, nah, because I don't know her. Period. I don't know her. So my friend offers to take me to the hospital because I was all distressed that he's saying he has a business meeting and he can't take me. So I remember being on I-75 on the connector on the phone with her crying because I was so embarrassed that he wasn't going to be the one to take me and that I was needing to rely on someone else to take me to the hospital in order to get a D&C done. And she was really great. She was like, girl, this is why you have a village. Like, it's okay. Things happen. The world is crazy right now. I will take you. You're going to be okay. So he did not take me to the hospital for my D&C. My friend did. She could not stay because of COVID protocol. So when they wheeled me into pre-op after I got checked in, I texted him and was just letting him know, hey, here's the update. I'm about to, I'm in pre-op. They're going to get me prepared to go back to the surgical ward or whatever. And the response I got was from his new executive assistant named David. Now, when he told me he was up for the promotion, he did tell me that part of getting this new job would be that he would get an executive assistant named David. And he did tell me, I'm going to make sure that I inform David if you get a text from this number, meaning from me, pull me out of the meeting because, my fiance's having a procedure done and I'm picking her up. So it's important that you come get me if it's something serious. So I text him. David responds. He said, yeah, Mr. Blah, blah told me that you are having a procedure done. If you need me to get him, I can go get him. He's in a meeting. Just let me know what you need. And I just said, no, don't bother him. I'm just giving an update that they're about to take me back. And David responds and says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. So I have the procedure. I wake up and I am now in recovery. I should be in recovery 45 minutes up to an hour and a half. I wake up, first thing I ask, and I remember asking, is where is so-and-so? The nurse who was so sweet, she was like, everything went well. You're doing great. She said, we spoke to your fiance. He's on his way. So I said, okay, okay. I kind of dozed back out, but I could still hear everything that was going on. I just could not keep my eyes open to save my life. So I hear her talk to the other nurse. And that's when she said, yeah, Dr. So-and-so called her fiance and his executive assistant picked up. And the executive assistant said that he was in a business meeting and that, you could relay to him what you need to say and he'll tell the fiance. And my doctor was like, hell no, HIPAA. I need to speak to him. So apparently, my fiance called the doctor back about 30 minutes later, and the doctor informed him she'll be ready to be discharged in about an hour. You know, you can make your way and come pick her up. He said he was on his way. He was on his way from Duluth to Atlanta, which is not a huge distance, but the time of day, one thing about Atlanta, there's always traffic. So he should have been there within the hour. I should have only been in recovery an hour and a half. Let's go to the next part. Part 7. Who the fuck did I marry? So I should have been in recovery at Northside Hospital for about at most an hour and a half. Subsequently, I ended up being in recovery between 3 to 3.5 hours. The nurses kept calling my ex, asking what's the status, because they were actually getting ready to do a shift change. So they kept calling, asking, what's the status? What's the status? Like, where are you? I want to say that they called a total of 3 times and they spoke to him twice. So at this point, I knew that they were all like, where is her fiance? Like, what is going on? He said he was stuck in traffic, and so he was making his way there. He eventually did get to Northside Hospital, and they wheeled me down because, again, he couldn't come in just because of the protocols. So when I got in the car, and I'm in pain, but yet drugged up, couldn't keep my eyes open, couldn't really, I was just out of it. But I remember him calling my aunt and my mother and letting them know I picked her up. We're on the way home. Let me get her settled, and then I'll give you guys an update. I remember that. What I did not know was that he had texted my aunt and my mom and asked them to not bother me for like a week. Like, just please don't reach out to her. Let her just rest. I am from New Jersey. I am from an African American family. You don't tell my Black mama or my Black aunt that, please don't bother her for a week. I didn't know this at the time, but I'm just interjecting that part. I'm trying to stay in the timeline, but he did apparently do that, and my aunt was like, "Well, I will fuck you up." Anyway, so go home. He waits on me hand and foot. I recover. Just needed about 24 to 48 hours to just get my mind right. During this time, in between when the house in Douglasville fell through, we had not talked about a house. So I guess it was about a week later after the DNC, he decided.
Now listen, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck because the abortion part was the part I knew. Now I'm not even really like necessarily talking about like the whole pro life and like like that sort of shit. But I'm not like I said, I'm not even talking about that. But in hindsight, I think this abortion was probably a blessing in disguise, because if she had brought out that man's child into this world, holy, bruh, holy. I'm not, like I said on the old channel, bro. When people ask about my thoughts about the Roe v. Wade. I don't think that was the old channel. I think that was this channel. But I know at one point in time when we talked about we started like politics and like heavy stuff like that. We talked about abortion stuff. And my thing about abortion is that like if it doesn't affect me, I don't really give a shit. I think imposing laws on on women. I mean, the thing is, like, when people complain about opposing laws on women's body, like, yes, it's unfair, but looking at history, like, they impose laws on all sorts of minorities, bro. For being honest, especially black people, which includes black women. So that's kind of like the harsh truth about it. Is that, like, yes, it shouldn't be this way, but it's been this way. And there's really not much we can do about it because all it comes into play. We're talking about like Roe v. Wade. All that really comes into play is who you vote for. And that's the thing, bro. Is that, like, a lot of these people do not take voting seriously, and then they want to be upset that the motherfucker that made it in office, and then he's of course getting people in his circle and positions of power, and it's like it just goes downhill from there. The only thing that I would say about abortion is that, and I've talked about this with actually some of my female friends or feminists that I know, and it's like let's say in a situation, because like 9 times out of 10 when it comes to like I think like when it comes to like an abortion, um, if you're pregnant with the child and the child's father is not at all active like in your life, and he's not gonna be active in the child's life, then I think it is up to you. But I feel like if you're with somebody, or he should at least like know that you're pregnant. You feel me? Um, or I think you should at least be able to like tell him, be like, hey, these are my concerns, and I I think maybe an abortion is best, or I low key want to get an abortion. Um, especially at least if you're married, because the whole purpose of marriage is two people become one, type shit. Um, but all in all, I mean that's just kind of like my perspective on it. Not necessarily saying that I think that should be the, well. I mean, it's like I think that should be the case, but at the same time, like, I really don't, because at the end of the day, it is the woman's body. But at the same time, the product of the child, in the stomach is because of the man. So now the thing I think that's crazy though is that people just want to say give it up for adoption. Like, how much shit goes on in adoption, and we're not even talking about how bad the foster life could be. But like, think about it, bro. You're literally just like, you really want, because a lot of times, actually, a lot of people don't understand is like a lot of times that women get abortions is actually due to financial um issues, to where they can't provide for said child. But at the same time, though, if you're gonna have a child, if you want them to basically put their child up for adoption, put them in a foster home, you're basically just saying, you're basically just telling them to take their child, look them in the eye, and say basically, and that child's gonna be like, as bitch is just gonna feel like, the mother saying, I don't want you, and just send them off away. Um, and like I said, there's like tons of crazy shit that goes off, in foster homes, most notably abuse and rape. And in all honesty, I, let's keep it a buck. 100%. I do also believe that it depends on the circumstance and the situation. If a woman were to get raped and gets pregnant as a result of that, by all means, she should be allowed to abort the child. That's not necessarily fair to the child, sure, but you got to think about that trauma, that traumatic experience, that basically every time if she were to give birth to that child, every time she would look at that child, she would just see him. And then with that child, like I said, the child is innocent, but because of what that child is a product of, she's probably not gonna take take care of the child, or she probably doesn't even love the child. She might even go so far as to neglect or maybe even abuse the child, and that's not fair. Um, so all in all, I think that like one thing that comes to like these, like these sort of issues, that are like they treat everything as like one to one, where it's like overall it's a messy situation, and both sides have good points. Um, I'm being realistic. Both sides have good points. I can understand what both sides are saying, but at the end of the day, with me, it's like if it doesn't affect me, then I don't really care. Um, and I don't understand why so many people care. That's the problem with people nowadays, bro. Everyone's too involved in each other's business, bro. You see people, always argue and trying to, shit on women who get abortions. Like, I mean, what were you the child's father, bro? No, you're just some rando on the internet. All right, then fuck off, dog. Like, it's not that serious. But I just wish that everyone would like just like stop complaining about the other side and the issue, like when it comes to like issues like these, like even like with racism, like or even like political aspirations when it comes to Democrat versus Republican, feminists versus not feminists, I guess, racist versus not. Well, not, the thing about racism is that if you're racist, you're just racist, bro. Like there's actually no good reason for you to be racist. What I mean by that is like the BLM and the people who are not for BLM. I don't even mean like the all lives matter type people. I mean the people who are not for BLM. Like for me personally, like with BLM, the message, yes, the group, nah. And then when it comes, LGBTQ and straight people, like first of all, both sides have bad people. The issue is that all these sides, they think that the bad people make up the majority of one side, or they think that because there's a few bad people, then the entire side is basically fucked. Now the thing, what I will give, I mean, I guess you call these like leftist ideals and right ideals. The thing with like when it comes to feminists and the LGBTQ community is that at least they can admit that they have problems in their own communities. Sometimes I can see people say that, like yes, there are toxic feminists, yes, there are toxic people in the LGBTQ community, 100%. The only problem is that they don't even do anything about it, bro. And the thing is that, bro, like you two, like these two groups, of the two sides of every issue, like they're just so focused on like going at each other that they're not taking the time to look at themselves and analyze themselves to be like, all right, some of y'all got to change. Some of y'all are doing like way too much. We got to weed out like the bad, because you're not gonna like make it anywhere. It's just be a continuous cycle. Overall, all in all, that's how I feel. But getting into this, I do think which wasn't even an abortion, so I don't know why I didn't even mean like abortion, but I think the miscarriage, it was a blessing in disguise, because like that child probably would have been a hell spawn with the type of shit that this dude was doing. Um, Also, I wasn't watching this; I was just listening to it. Um, so I'm surprised to see that I thought the whole thing was going to be her in her car just driving around. But it's nice to see her in other locations. But yeah, and sorry for that tangent. I do actually want to have do a stream where we talk about that that type of stuff, because it's something I've been thinking about like a lot lately, occasionally. But yeah, so that's just kind of like my sense on everything. Like I said, with BLM, stand. That's how I feel with BLM, with feminism and LGBT communities. Like I understand the message that everyone's trying to tell, and I absolutely agree with the messages. But the things that the groups and the individuals, they blur the lines. And what I have to say is yes, when it comes to anti racists, um anti, I guess, like homophobics and transphobics, stuff like that, or anti-sex, or I guess feminists, LGBTQ, and I guess like not assholes when it comes to color, I guess you could say. The thing is that they are on like for the most part, or for like the entirety of it, they are on like the right side, like the moral side. But the problem is that they think that basically because of that they can do anything, pretty much. And it's kind of like the thing with like SAG-AFTRA or SAG-AFTRA or whatever the hell you pronounce it, with the actors and stuff. It's like they basically sure, you're on the right side, but they basically just make everything like basically like an all or nothing type deal. And it's like, all right, that's low-key kind of crazy. How they're basically saying that the actors can't go to Comic Cons, and they can't talk about shows and Comic Cons. I'm not even talking about current shows, I'm talking about like past shows and shit. Like I think that shit's at least goofy. But that's really how I feel about the the sides that are that are on the right side, or think they're on the right side of things, because they blur the lines and think they can do whatever they want to do. Um, and then that raises people's eyebrows, and they try to ask questions, and they're like, "You're asking way too many questions. Are you racist? Are you sexist? Do you hate the LGBTQ community? Like, Like, nah, dog. I mean, I'll just ask a question, or I'll just say that Loki did think that this is a little too extreme, or this is going a little too far. But yeah, slight tangent, but that's Loki how I feel. But yeah, but I do think that maybe this miscarriage. Honestly, if she was pregnant, bro, she Loki. If she were to abort this baby, this man's child, I would probably be for it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but like I said, I do want to do a stream where we talk about stuff like that, because we haven't done like a real and gritty, discussion stream like that. But yeah, frick this dude.
That, do you want to start looking for a house again? Excuse me, I have the hiccups, y'all. Do you want to start looking for a house again? Because of
Oh, hold on, my fault. All right, we're good.
what happened with the house in Douglasville, I felt like I was smarter this time to say, I want to be involved in every aspect, because I don't know what the fuck happened with that house in Douglasville. But what I do know is that he lied to me. I didn't think, I didn't know then what I know now. I just knew he lied about putting in, or excuse me, I knew he lied about being under contract. So I told him, I said, I don't want to work with your friend who I've never met, never talked to. I know that he has talked to him because he's talked to him in front of me. And I'm going to demonstrate on one of the videos how he used to do his phone calls. Don't worry, it's coming. So we found a new real estate agent, really nice guy. His name was Scott. I am using his real name. Really nice guy. And we told him what the budget was. And Scott was like, okay, when you guys are ready, we can start looking at houses. Try to look for houses that are empty because you can actually tour those. If it's a house where someone's already living in there, chances are it's going to be a virtual tour because of COVID. So I found a house that I absolutely, in total, we must have looked at about 15 houses. But I found a house in Smyrna that I absolutely loved.
That's a pretty dope house.
We
It's over
toured the
$750 though.
house. Everything about this house was perfect. The house was listed for $699,000. It was a brand new construction build. The only issue was that the basement was not finished, and he wanted the basement to be his man cave. Again, I went with him to tour this house. So this was already feeling very different than the situation in Douglasville, because we did not actually tour the Douglasville house. We only did a FaceTime virtual tour. This house in Smyrna, we toured. We toured this house more than once. And it was gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. So we talked about it. He said that he had the money. Again, the price was $699. He said he felt comfortable putting in an all cash offer. If you remember on the videos before, he told me he had money in his savings from when he played football. So when he said an all cash offer, even I knew you got that kind of money, like where you can cut a cashier's check for $699,000. And he told me he did.
Damn.
He had money in savings from when he played football, and he was very comfortable paying all cash for this home. So the real estate agent, Scott, sent over the paperwork. The paperwork was sent in both of our names. It was sent to my email. That was another thing that I changed after Douglasville. Everything gets sent to me, and then I will be sure that he signs it. So he sent it to me. I looked over the offer. We were going to put in an all cash, full price offer with a request to have the basement finished. Also, we were requesting for the seller to give us an answer within 24 hours. We were requesting a quick closing. These are just some of the things I remember. I remember 24 hours, like I didn't want to wait on y'all think about it. 24 hours, let us know if you're accepting the offer or not. And then also a quick closing because it was a new construction. So we didn't have to wait for the current tenant to move out. We didn't have to do that. So I watched in our bedroom as he pulled it up because it was a electronic document. He signed his name to the offer for $699,000 cash. He requested again, the seller let us know in 24 hours if they were accepting the offer. So we submitted the offer at around 6 p.m. We were requesting that by 6 p.m. the next day, they let us know if the offer was accepted or not. I watched him sign the offer. I sent the offer back to Scott from my email. All parties had signed. Scott texted us and said, I got it. I'm submitting it. I will let you know what they say. Let's go into part 7. Sorry. Let's go into part 8. Good grief, this is getting long. Okay, so I just want to clear up some things that I realized is kind of creating some confusion. So just allow this video to serve as a stop sign. Let's clarify. First of all, the story, background. He was born in Philly, raised in Philly, and moved to Augusta. Story is that he moved to Augusta for high school. After high school, he went to college at San Diego State. Enjoyed San Diego State, stayed in San Diego for quite a while. Got married out in California, had a house in California, played arena football out in California, but his family was back here in Augusta, Georgia. He still had a lot of family up in Philly, but for the most part, he had a sister in Augusta. He had a sister in Douglasville. He had a brother in Baltimore. He had another brother in Philly, and he had a brother in Nashville. So I just want to clarify that in terms of not the demographics, but the geography. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to San Diego State for college, played football, stayed at San Diego, got married out there, but still had quite a bit of family here in here in Georgia. He also had a sister, I think I said, who lived in Douglasville. I have physically met his aunt who lived in Augusta. I've met his brother who lives in Augusta. I have spoken on FaceTime with a brother who lives in Baltimore. And then I will demonstrate how he used to talk to the brother that lives in Philly. That's coming up. You haven't missed that. In terms of the proposal, you did not miss the story of the proposal. I simply didn't want to share it because it was embarrassing. Basically, he gave me 3 ring options. We went to a jeweler at the Mall of Georgia.
Oh, he didn't even do anything like special
He
for
had me
real.
pick out 3 rings. I told him which one I liked the most because I knew it wasn't a romantic proposal at all. I knew which ring I liked the most. I told him which one. He basically said, when I'm ready, I'll give you the ring and I'll propose. Fast forward
Okay, actually,
about
that's actually low-key not a bad thing because you see so many stories of when, and it's usually when guys propose to girls where they see, like they'll propose to them with the ring, and then they just like roast the ring, bro. And rings and the ring won't even be like cheap, type shit. Like they'll just like expect like a ring to be like a certain like price bracket, and it'll be like a little short of that, and then so they start hating, and then they're gonna like go and be like, yeah, I'll just trade it for one I like. So I low-key think that's not a bad deal, or at least I know like actually a lot of guys do is that they go shopping, they'll go like ring shopping with like with like their family members. There's a channel I used to watch. I don't really watch them that much anymore because they don't really post much. Dwayne and Jazz, but I know when he proposed, he he went out. He told the story how I got the ring, and he got he went out with her dad. That dude legit freaking went down and broken glass. He dropped glass to get her attention, and then kneeled on the broken glass, bro. Like, damn, he was really about to cut himself. That's not necessarily like romantic, but it's like, dang, bro. Like, I mean, it kind of is though. Like, it shows like he's going to do anything and everything for the girl. But yeah, I might look check out their channel like sometime soon. So I do that occasionally. I'll like check out the channel, see what they've been doing lately, um, and then see if they post something new. I'll be like, oh yeah, they did. Let me watch that joint real quick. Excuse me. But yeah. So actually, I do want to hear what the actual proposal is, though.
I guess it was summer because I was actually pregnant when the ring came. We were sitting at the dinner table. He took the ring box out of his pocket, slammed it on the dinner table. And I was
Bruh.
like, what is this? He was like, open it. I opened it. Inside was the ring that I had wanted, that I had chosen at the jeweler.
Dog, to be honest with you, what would have been good? I was actually about to say what would have been good is if, because a lot of people do that where they propose to like the first time they met, um, so or like the first time they had dinner. So I was gonna suggest Cheesecake Factory, but like low key, I mean this is gonna sound pretty crazy, but think with me here. Let me cook. I'm either gonna cook really good or I'm gonna burn the food, bro. Because it will be like the least expected place, but that it was the moment that she got hooked on him. It's gonna sound crazy, but he should have proposed to her at the gas station, bro. To where he first met her and where he, got her tire fixed, paid for it, and everything. Because that's where like it's I know like I know it's kind of goofy, but just walk with me here, bro. That's the spot they first met. That's the spot. I'm not being dead ass seriously, bro. That's the spot they first met. And that's the time where she really said like she was down like literally afterwards when they went to Cheesecake Factory, but they walked in holding hands, bruh. Like she was down, like she was down bad, bruh. Red, come on, bro. Like I like I said, but that's part that makes it good, bro. It's like no one would expect proposing to somebody at a gas station, but it works because that's like their special. That will be like their special spot, dog. And it's like you would think about be like, yeah, he proposed to me at a gas station, and then people would laugh about it. But then you would learn, and then be like, and that's how I knew that he was the one. Because she was like, bro, like she walked into Cheesecake Factory, holding hands with him. She was willing to move quarantine with him after they only just been texting back and forth for about like what 2 weeks. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like I said, it's kind of like a bait and a switch type shit, And honestly, to make it better, like he could have like recreated like the whole like Facebook, the Facebook dating thing. Even though that was kind of red flag because bro, dog, are you on Facebook and Hinge and you talk to the same girl and y'all didn't even. Well, I don't know if he didn't know or she didn't know. I know it was sort of I didn't know because he had like two different usernames. Like I mean, let's keep it a buck. Like he probably did it on purpose just so he could talk to multiple women on different dating apps. If we're being honest, like I wouldn't be surprised if you had like a different name on Tinder, different name on Bumble, and whatever else type shit, whatever else dating apps people use. Thank you, TM. Thank you, bro. Like I said, bro, it's like a bait and a switch. But I mean, realistically, like he could have done the whole Facebook thing. Like instead of like he could just like wake up being out the whole day, and instead of like texting her or calling her, he'd like just like text her on Facebook. Kind of drops like I don't know, like kind of like hints or like what their first messages were like, like type shit. Um, and he says, "Hey, let's go to Cheesecake Factory." Cause I wanted Cheesecake Factory first, and then he was like, "Yeah, real quick though, I'm gonna just uh order the same food that they did on the first date." And then he's like, "All right, let's go home, but hey, real quick, I'm gonna stop at the gas station real quick. I'm gonna get something, a little something, or I need to get some gas or some shit." And then you know, the proposal, he was like, "Hey, can you stop at the car real quick, bro?" And then he gets down one knee and he proposes like, "This was the moment where I first saw you, where I first laid eyes on you, that I knew that you were the one." But he fumbled. He fumbled. He took her out to some random restaurant and didn't even like get down on one knee. He just slammed the ring on the table, dog. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, that's insane. Sorry, I'm texting somebody right now.
And he was like, "All right, so this means that you're gonna be my wife."
Bro.
I was pregnant. So again, when I asked y'all to give me grace, it's because there are certain things that's just like, girl, what was you thinking? Trust me,
I'm not even mad, about her like that. I mean, like, yeah, like she did Loki do
there's
some
no excuse.
dumb shit, bro.
Um,
But I
so
mean,
there was never a will you marry me? It was more of a we're living together, we're having a baby together.
we
We
might as
need
well
to
get
get married
married.
because the backstory also was that his dad was a retired police officer, but at one point his father was a pastor. So he could quote the Bible like nobody's business, as we all know. So can Lucifer. But anyway, he could quote the
Ooh.
Bible like no one's business. And so that's how we ended up engaged. And I was wearing a ring. I will find a picture and I will try to post it. But I was wearing the ring. Don't worry, there's more to that story as well. So just wanted to clarify some things for the people who were like, wasn't it weird that he had a sister who um, lived close, but he's from Philly? So I just wanted to definitely bring clarity to what he told me was the backstory. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to California for college, played football at San Diego State, played football and arena football, worked at Apple, and then joined the condiment company in California, who then transferred him back to Georgia. He was married in California, and he told me he got divorced in California. That is important as well. That will come up again later. Um, and so the ex wife, at this point in time, at the time that I'm telling you, part 7, which is the last video I just posted, the ex wife lived in California with her 2 kids, his 2 stepkids. The
Excuse me.
2 stepkids were 17 and 20 or 21, but they were that age group, and he was saying that he was very close with them, so he wanted to keep a tight relationship with them. um, and he talked to them, if not every day, every other day. When I say, when I say this, I need y'all to understand. When I say that he talked to someone, it means that he was on the phone in front of me talking to the person.
I can. I'll try to find his
I
reaction
hope
video
that
after
because
this
I
part
will
ends.
touch back on this. He was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. So he talked to his siblings every day. He talked to his aunt almost every day. He talked to his family the way I talk to my family almost every day. And again, I will demonstrate how he used to do the phone calls. I will also demonstrate how he used to do the work phone calls because he called me every single day from work. And he would talk to people while he was on the phone with me. And I could hear people in the background. But that's a whole nother part. So again, buckle your seats. I promise I'm reading your comments, I'm reading your questions, but I wanted to bring this video just to clarify some stuff. Hopefully this helps. And honestly, I know people are fascinated by this, but more than anything, I hope that there's a woman watching this and she's saying to herself, okay, it's time for me to ask some questions.
Like low key, bro. Like
That's my hope.
the whole red flag thing is interesting to me because I mean I think like a couple of guys use the term, but it's really mostly women who use that, and they always talk about red flags. But from what I've seen, like both online and like certain situations, and with friends that I've even had, bro, it's like it's crazy. Like women are always like the ones to point out red flags with guys before they even get to know them, or before, or like where they're kind of like in that let's kind of like they're going out but not dating type phase. More so, but they don't look at it, or like they choose they choose to ignore the red flag that's currently going on in the relationship. Now with this, in the case with this dude, like it really did see that he didn't have any like red flags like as they're gonna know each other until it comes out that like literally everything. Because like I said, I've seen some of the ending, or I heard some of the ending from my manager. He was listening to it. Like a lot of stuff he said at the beginning was literally just like all cap. So, but yeah. Let me see if I can find this dude though. Here it is, bro.
Everybody, I just want to do this one because you ever just have people doubt you or just come at you like you ain't doing something. I ain't trying to throw it in your face, but you know what this is? You know what this is? Y'all seen the pictures. I posted it earlier. Done and done. Certified done. Everybody who had my back through this, because this process was just hell, because quite honestly, it takes way more to be done with somebody
This wasn't the
than it
video
is
that
to
I
get with
saw
them.
though.
So, like I said, I just want to say thanks to everybody and everybody who out there who was saying, "Oh, it ain't gonna be done. It's just that and third." Haters. One thing today we're gonna talk about first. Shouldn't do in a relationship, or should do. Don't be afraid to text your partner in the morning. Tell them good morning. Tell them you love them, even though you just told them that when you left the house. Don't be afraid to tell them so. Text them and say good morning. What's up? You know what I'm saying? How's your day going? Especially if you don't live with the person or something like that. That kind of brightens up their day. You know what I'm saying? Just to hear from you. That's tip 1 from your boy. Stay tuned for tip 2, tip 3. We're going to do these all day.
But the thing's like, dog, you were in the clear, bro, because she didn't drop your name. She didn't even show you. He has I didn't even know he had a Netflix show coming out. What the fuck? I'm a low-key watch that joint, bro. That Exactly, bro. That's what he said. The way someone commented, I stopped sharing, but someone said the way he could have kept silent, nobody would have known who he was, but he put a face to the story. The United States has millions of men. He could have kept himself hidden among the group and leave us wondering which one is him until the story fades off. But no, he had to let us know that he was the one. His face looks like he has a compromised immune system. She lied and said he was handsome. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a bug. When she first said that, bro, I mean, I don't like call other people ugly because I don't consider myself to be the most attractive person. But when she said that bro was attractive, I was like, I just stayed silent, bro. But he definitely doesn't like one of those like those pathological liars, those freaking narcissists, type shit. But all he does have his glasses in them, bro. There was a video I saw. The video I saw was here we go, bro. And he doesn't even look like that in the videos we just saw. This is what I saw.
I'm gonna address the rumor Risa Tisa ex-wife who straight line to y'all. It's sad because it's completely false of everything. More and to the point, I haven't decided who I'm gonna talk to exactly
Bro legit sounds like the type of guy that goes, actually, and bro, who the fuck like this shit, dog?
or go on whose page or whatever. But I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know that she lied about everything.
Is his name like actually Mr. Risa Tisa? Or is that, I hope that's like the thing. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, no, people have been calling him that on the internet, okay. His name is Legion. Risa Tisa, the fuck did I marry? Legion has video evidence of Risa cheating. Hold on, listen to this shit, y'all. She said she needed to talk. I was in the parking lot of her job. A woman approached me. Asked, I don't know if y'all can hear this, but me, and at first I was like, "Who are you? What you want?" She kind of told me a little bit, and she said, "You really want to talk to me?" I did follow her out of there because they worked at like a complex for Georgia State Patrol. Follow her out of the complex. Follow her to the Burger King. We sat in the Burger King. She broke out her phone. She showed me like the teddy bear camera thing, and it's Teresa and her husband doing they having sex. And this ain't the first time she's been there. This woman's chronicled through all of this. I was in the parking lot of her job. They didn't really stick a style to a primer because the imagination is immaculate. Like I said, bro, this is how needs to write these movies because Legion can put together a story that like no other. Are the answers on the ceiling? Those eyes just rolling everywhere. Not the teddy bear camera. So that woman somehow knew you're gonna be in the parking lot waiting, bruh. Like, man, bro. Like I said, bro. Like, she literally exposed you for being a liar, dog. And he hasn't even spoken on any of those lies. But real quick, I'm gonna go put some lunch on for my sister, real quick. All right, sorry, y'all. I was talking to her. But yeah, like, and I don't even really think he spoke out against like the lies. Like the thing is, like, bro, like, if you're gonna do a response video, you gotta do a 7-hour video like she did, dog. Excuse me. Thought we had more fries. I thought there was an open bag of fries in this joint, but I guess I was wrong. Oh man. Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, I definitely feel like it's kind of crazy that a lot of women. I'm not saying like every woman too, but just based on what I've seen. So I obviously I could be like kind of like exaggerating the point because I don't know every situation every woman has been through, but it's crazy because like from what I've seen, like a lot of people they just like point out the red flags before the relationship even starts, before they even get to know the guy, or as they get to know the guy, which is somewhat valid. But it's like you kind of keep that same energy game. But in her defense, though, like I mean, apparently, what they say is, love is the most powerful emotion, and I truly think that he did just want to help. I mean, at least I hope so. I mean, I'm not sure if he only did that just to showboat, but I mean, she needed help. She did say that she lives paycheck to paycheck. So I'm not sure she would have been able to get her car fixed, especially like get her car fixed that night. But he probably also could have only done it just to get the date, low key. Um, but yeah, so but my point is that it makes sense why she kind of like ignored those red flags. But like I said, the low key holding hands as y'all are walking in is low key crazy, bro. Like I don't understand why he couldn't have just held the door open for her for real. But yeah, shit, bro. And then when they go quarantine with each other, freaking, like what, like about a month. Like I'm not trying to clown on her, but I'm just like, dang, bro. Like I said, bro, they were moving hella fast. They were moving hella fast. All right, let's get back to the main video. Oh shit.
All right, part 8 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we submitted an offer on the house in Smyrna. I sent it over to Scott, our realtor, and next day comes, Scott asks if we can take a phone call. So he calls us and tells us that the offer was not accepted and the builder did not do a counter offer. We don't exactly know why. We don't exactly know why he didn't accept it, but the bottom line is that we figured out later on that he didn't want to finish the basement. So the offer was not accepted. The house fell through.
Damn.
I was okay with that because, again, I knew he had put in an offer. So we continued looking at other houses. We found another house
Also, I mean,
in Smyrna.
this is his girlfriend and his wife that he's lying to like crazy, bro. Like imagine they did have that child. Like all the lies he would tell that kid, all the false promises, like, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. If they had stayed together and if they had a family like they wanted to, he most definitely would have had an affair. I guarantee you he would have. Like I would have said like if she had a kid that the kid was due in 2021, um, and she had that kid, um, and honestly we can say maybe that she had a second child by 2022. This date 2024, he definitely would have had an affair. At least starting now, or at least by then, bro. Because I'll give him about like a year being faithful. And then as the year, as the end of the year approaches, he does like like the little looks at the other girls' asses and shit, like type shit. Doing like little looks, doing little like some sideways flirting, and then it goes to full on flirting, and then next thing you know, he's cheating, bro. Later on, 3 years pass, he has a whole second family, 2 different families, bro. On some like freaking Robert Queen type shit from the plot point that was in season 7 of Arrow, dog.
That he really liked. I thought that it was
Okay. What was the price though? Hey, it tells you that's the year I was born. Last sold for $722. Okay, that's it. That's not that bad. The first house was definitely like, bro. The first house was good, and it was only like 300 grand. Like, come on, bro. Like that, and he sold.
way
He
too
fumbled.
big for just the two of us. And so the price of this home was much higher than the $750,000 that Chase had approved for the mortgage. So what he explained to me was that he was willing to do the $750,000 mortgage, and he was also willing to put a significant amount of the money in savings on the house, which meant that he was now comfortable going from 750,000 up to about 900,000. Again, his whole explanation was, I have the money where I can put down a substantial down payment, bring down the price of the home, and then basically mortgage the rest of it. So that was now the plan. I was not comfortable with a home over $900,000. But again, keep in mind, I saw the Chase
Yeah, cause
paperwork.
that
So
second house was
I
like
was like,
freaking
I just feel more comfortable
950,
sticking at the
and I was like, "Hey, bro, that's
750,000
over the 750."
That's what you were approved for.
Ugh.
Let's go with that. By this point, this is now fall of 2020. We have been talking about marriage. I had my ring. He had made VP at the company. And
Oh,
again,
okay.
he was calling me every day from work.
See, bro, I
Um,
was low-key about to say, like the classic, plot twist that's in like every freaking Darman video with somebody cheating, or like in every like sort of like a TV show or soap opera type shit, bro. There's always some dude in a high position at an office or corporation or a company, and he's cheating with an assistant. And I was gonna low-key bring that up, but I didn't know his position. But now that I know that he was VP, yeah, bro. If he had like his own assistant or some shit, he most definitely would have cheated, bro. Most definitely.
I need to kind of explain how the company was ran, because when you think VP, you would think he would be in an office. It was a condiment company, so they actually were producing the condiments, and I'm not saying the name of the company on purpose, but they were producing the condiments in this particular plant location. So a lot of times he would simply tell me that he walked the floor, um, checking in with his subordinates, basically. Now, how did he go to work? For the most part, at this point, he left before I woke up. However, pretty much he wore dress pants, kind of like a dark navy blue cargo pant, and he had a polo shirt with the company logo on it. what I saw a lot of times is that he would not wear the polo shirt to work. He would wear like a company t-shirt. He would wear rubber sole shoes and the navy blue cargo pants. I
Listen,
didn't
bro.
think it was
If you're a good, I mean, I'm sure there's more story, but here's the thing, bro. If you're a good worker, bro, I'm not saying you can necessarily get away with breaking the rules, but you can low key kind of bend the rules, gang. You can look kind of bend the rules. Um, as somebody who I could say with confidence, and I have been told this numerous times, like I said, I started working at Dollar Tree. Remember, it's 2021. Here it is, March of 2024. I'm still like the last good hiree we've ever had. There's a guy there who started off bad, and now he's kind of all right. But like in terms of like getting like shit done, like type shit, yeah, that was me. Um, and so like I said, I mean, I do be kind of breaking the rules just a little bit. I mean, we all low key do. The only person who doesn't break the rules because she really can't afford to is it's our general manager. Um, but yeah, but there's like even like with the uniform stuff, bro. Like, so I'm not gonna lie, there are times where I do, if I'm working at Harrison in the morning, I do work at Dolce the rest of the day or the evening. Um, I typically don't change. Um, but I wear my tie-dye sweatshirt, which is kind of green, so it's all right. Um, but yeah, there are some days like we're supposed to be like wearing khaki pants. I'm not gonna lie, there have been some days that I showed up in sweatpants, bro. In fact, I'm actually gonna go to work tonight, in these in the sweatpants I'm wearing right now. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna slap on a shirt. I'm probably still gonna wear my hoodie. 'Cause even though I do like wear a green shirt, I'm still gonna wear my hoodie. Actually, I mean, actually, I do have. Actually, I could wear those khakis right there. I forgot I had um another pair of khakis I could wear. Never mind then. I guess I'll wear my uniform tonight. But yeah, but if you're a good employee, I mean, you can kind of bend the rules, or I mean, you'll get like a little warning, and they still won't care. I mean, I'm just telling it how it is, bro. Um, so yeah, I mean, there was one time where I literally just showed up to work in a Marvel shirt and in sweatpants. I didn't wear my sweatshirt though. But I'm not gonna do that though. Like as the weather's getting hot, like I technically have to bring a shirt because we do have new uniforms at Harris Theater. Um, our shirts used to be blue, now our shirts are red. Um, which is kind of cool, but low key, like the drip is lame because whenever with my department, whenever we're like delivering groceries to people's cars, with my department, we also wear safety vests, but the vests are orange, bro, so it doesn't look good. The red shirt and the orange vest, yeah, it doesn't look good. But yeah, but yeah, as well as gonna hot because I'm not gonna wear my sweatshirt this summer. I mean, I might see if I can get like a Dollar Tree jacket or something. I mean, because I know they do have some sort of Dollar Tree drip. But do they have jackets? Yeah, they do. As low as $26.95. It's a hooded sweatshirt. Uh, got the value fleece jacket. That might be what I might wear. The water resistant soft shell jacket. I actually might get that whenever it will be raining through. So that way I can just have that shit over my my Air Cedar uniform. Oh shit, they got masks? Oh dang, bro. I didn't know that the Dollar Tree drip was like this, bro. I did say I want to get a hat. Oh, never mind. It's not like an official Dollar Tree mask. They got they got like 3 packs and 5 packs. Okay. Um, Got their own thermometers. What the? I guess with like the COVID tests and stuff. I got the knit skull cap. Okay. And you got the 6-panel tool cap. Yeah, I said those hats do look kind of clean. I'm not gonna lie. Now I wonder what the Harris Teeter gear, if they're ever gonna change it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the gear is still like blue. Oh, I forgot. You got to get like a certain. You actually got to use like. There's like a site you got to go to and like use your employee ID and stuff like that. I forgot. Yeah, so never mind. Slight tangent again. My fault. All right, I think our food is done. All right. Actually, let me go ahead and unplug. Plug that for her. Let me take it out for her too. All right. Let's get back to it. So because of the slight tangents though, it's 2:57, so we got about an hour and a half left. Damn, so we're only gonna be 2 hours in this joint. That's crazy.
It was a uniform, but it reminded me of what someone would wear when I worked at Amazon. If you're going to be doing manual labor, he didn't go to work sloppy looking at all, but it definitely was not.
I do go to work sloppy. I'm
nowhere
not gonna lie.
near suit and tie.
So I'm gonna get sloppy later, bro. I already know I am.
Outside of work, he was a man who he loved to dress. He loved to wear the latest Jordans. He loved to collect watches. He collected a lot of Invicta watches. He loved to collect hats. He wore hats, baseball caps everywhere because he didn't like the shape of his head. So in terms of how he dressed casually, the man, he could dress. In terms of how he dressed for work, yeah, he didn't dress like a VP. But his excuse was, I'm constantly walking the production floor and I can't be in a suit and tie walking the production floor where they're creating the condiments that we're selling. So by this point, again, this is fall. We're still looking at houses. We're still touring houses as much as we can because it is COVID. We had found another house that we really liked and a house that I really, truly wanted to put an offer in on. This was now going to be the second house that we put an offer on. He put in the asking price, I believe, was about $700,000. He put in under asking an offer for about $650,000. I'm guessing, but I'll try to find the house and put it on the story. The reason that house fell through, we found out that the home was sitting on a septic tank. We found out that the septic tank had an issue and it would have taken about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix the septic tank. The sellers were not willing to fix the septic tank. Personally, I didn't really care for the house that much. I'm the one who was like, I don't really want it. So even though we put an offer in, we had 24 hours where we could pull our offer back. And so we did. Once we found out, I believe it was in the disclosure. And if you're a realtor, please feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong terminology. But I believe it was in the disclosure that they told us the septic tank needs to be replaced. That's when I was like, nah, I don't want that house. So we pulled out. The house fell through. And so I was fine with it because, again, I was heavily involved. I saw him sign the offer. I knew every step of what was going on.
Right.
Our real estate agent, Scott, was amazing. But you will see when I get to it where he made a mistake as a real estate agent. So
Oh snap! Not
house number
Scott,
2
bro.
fell through. We then moved on, saw a few more houses, and then we get to house number 3. I'm going to pause talking about the houses because now I need to introduce what happened with the cars. Stay tuned.
Oh.
All right. Part 9 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we're pausing on the house stuff. Let me tell you about the car. So when I met my ex-husband, I was driving a 2012 Nissan Rogue, fully loaded. It had quite a few miles on it, but it got me from A to B. It was in good condition, but I was upside down in the car. He was driving a 2018 Ford Taurus, sport mode. I know he had a sport mode on the car, and I love driving that car. When he told me how he was a regional manager, he told me that one of the perks that came with the job was that he would be getting a company car.
The car. I remember hearing this part as well.
And so we spent time going to Range Rover of South Atlanta. We spent time going to Jaguar. We spent time going to BMW. We spent time going to Ford, which was on Mount Zion in Morrow, if you all are familiar with that area. He test drove a whole lot of cars. In the end, he decided on a BMW sedan. I was there when he test drove the car. I got in the car with him. I loved it. And he explained to the salesperson, I'm getting a company car. I need to get a printout of the full price of the car, tax tag and title, because what my company is going to do is wire over the money for the car. The salesperson was like, okay, apparently that happens a lot. So he gave him a printout with the tax tag and title for the car. In front of me and the salesperson, he called the person in the finance department for his job. Obviously, I have no idea what this person's name is, but he called the person. He explained to them, this is the amount of money. He said the president of the company, so-and-so, has authorized for him to get a car, not spending more than, I think, $90,000 tax tag and title. The BMW came out to just under $90,000. And so I remember this conversation so fucking vividly. So he's on the phone in front. I'm sitting down, the salesperson sitting down at their desk, and he's like, they put me on hold. And so he's like, I guess the person comes back and he says, the price of the car is blah, blah, blah. He was like, give me a second and I can send you a picture of that printout that shows tax tag and title for the BMW. He gets off the phone. He takes a picture of it. He sends it to whoever. He waits about 10 minutes. He calls the person back. He says, did you get it? Apparently the person did get it. But the person who can actually physically do the wire transfer had gone home for the day. So what he says to the BMW salesperson, he's like, okay, we're going to have to do this tomorrow because so-and-so went home for the day. I don't know who the salesperson is. I can only tell you from my viewpoint what I thought. I had no reason to think this was a lie. I really didn't. Because again, you got to please keep in mind the circumstances that all of this is happening. We're inside the dealership. We're sitting at the desk of this person. He gave us the printout. He's on the phone, doing business, basically saying, look, this is how much money the car is going to cost. He's taking a picture of it. He seemingly is texting someone saying, this is how much, this is proof of how much it is. Then he asked the BMW salesperson, I need your wire transfer information. The guy got up, rushed over to, I guess, their finance area to get the bank wire information, because obviously you have to wire it a certain kind of way. Rushes back over, gives it to my ex-husband. My ex-husband's like, okay, first thing in the morning, we will get this wired over, and then, I'll come and pick up the car. My fiance, me, will drive me up here to pick up the car. So we leave. He felt like, because at the time that this all happened, I was pregnant. So he felt like, look, we're about to have a baby. I don't want you driving that Nissan Rogue.
she back in the car. Yeah,
to get you something. I want to get you something more secure, something new. I really wanted a Kia. I really wanted a Kia Telluride. And he was like, well, let's look at the warranty. This man knew a lot about cars. He knew a lot about the warranty. He knew a lot about the depreciation value. And so he did talk to me a lot about what will we get the most for our money. We test drove, when I say we, I test drove a Kia Telluride, a Kia Sorento. He didn't like either of those. He had me test drive a Ford Explorer. He didn't really care for that. Then came time where he really wanted me to get a BMW. He really wanted me to get a BMW X5. So he took me to Global BMW Imports, which, if you know anything about Atlanta, it's off of Cobb Parkway, but you can see it off the highway. I believe 285 is where you can see the Global Imports BMW dealership. He took me there. He had me test drive an X5, an X6. He also had me test drive I think I'm gonna get the numbers wrong, a 525, which was a sedan. I did not like that. I wanted an SUV. I loved driving the BMW. He also had me drive an M-Series, test drive an M-Series. So he was very adamant that I should get a BMW. The reason being is because, according to him, he had a BMW in California when he lived in San Diego. He had a BMW that he loved. It was a white BMW. He showed me pictures of the BMW. So he showed me pictures of this white BMW that he had, and unfortunately, the car got totaled about 2 months before he moved to Georgia. So he had received money, not a lot, but some money to get another car, and he used it to get the Ford Taurus because he was like, I just need a car that's going to get me from A to B until I get into a house and I'm much more settled. For him, he was like, I'm really giving myself 60 days to get settled here in Georgia after moving from California. But then he met me. Again, that's the story. So he had me test drive the BMW. So much so, I loved the BMW. Loved it. I wanted a dark blue BMW with cognac interior. I wanted an X5 and I wanted an M-Series. So I can clearly tell y'all that's exactly the car I wanted. We were online looking for that particular car because not every dealership had it. I was okay with a black BMW if needed. But I really wanted dark blue and I really wanted that cognac colored interior. So he felt like, I want you to consider all of a sudden an Audi Q8. Let's just see how you like it. If you don't really like it, then we will go back to the BMW. I cannot tell you why he switched up. I can't. But I can tell you he took me to an Audi dealership on Peachtree Industrial. He test drove an Audi and I test drove an Audi Q8. I loved the Q8. Loved it. But I was tired of test driving cars. By this point, I had test driven so many cars. Our weekends were spent either looking at a house or test driving cars. And I was picky, I will admit that. So he had me test drive the Q8. I really liked it. I finally just told him, look, I'm good with either the BMW or the Audi, because I'm tired of test driving cars. He told my family he was buying me a new car because, keep in mind, let me let y'all know. He had met my family initially on Zoom because, again, we were locked down. He had met my family. He also had met my family in person because at this point, it was like, look, if you're not showing any symptoms, maybe we can do family dinner. And so we had. So he had met my family in person. And now we will go ahead and move towards part 10 of this series. Okay, part 10. Who the fuck did I marry? Okay, had to sneeze. All right, so at this point, I had test driven all these cars. Kias, hell, he even had me test drive a Nissan Murano. But the main two were BMW and an Audi.
So we got like an hour and 20 minutes left. So it'll be like, what, like 250? I don't know. I kind of want to at least finish like the 20. I at least want to get to part 20. I really want to get to part 25. Like, we definitely could have done that if I wasn't talking so fucking much. But I gotta get up early tomorrow anyway to get her on the bus. So, it's completely fine. So I'll probably still like do like an early morning stream. But yeah. So we'll be about 250. So we'll still have about about 4 hours left. So yeah. Well, about 4.5.
He had told my grandfather he was getting me a car. He had told my aunt he was getting me a car. That he was going to, he was like, she's going to be my wife. I want her to be in something secure. So my family was really like, wow, wow. Who knew that he had this kind of money? And so I hated the fact that he did that, because anytime he got around my family, here's another red flag to put in the United Nations of red flags. He would always talk about money, and he would always brag. I never realized it in real time. I didn't realize it until I was out of the situation. He always bragged about the fact that he could.
Yeah, and that's actually like a common trope with people. You don't really realize, what some people do, or like what their habits are like, or while you're in that sort of relationship, not really this relationship, just like even being like with friends with somebody, or just knowing somebody, until you take a step back and realize, dang, they really did all this stuff. That's crazy. Hold on one second. All right, I thought I heard my sister finish eating, so I just wanted to make sure.
The fight, the fact that he had money, and the fact that he played football. Those are the three things he always bragged about. Back to the cars.
Arena football.
I told him, I was like, pick one between the BMW and the Audi, because you said you buying it. So pick one. So this man chose the Audi.
Of course.
So he takes me to the dealership.
I saw that coming.
I wanted a white Q8. He does give me the printout of how much it's going to cost, tax, tag, and title, to get this Q8. Gentleman who's helping us gives him the printout. He's saying he's going to pay this money for the car out of the savings account that's offshore. That's the story. That's what he's saying. So he apparently is asking the guy, is there a holding fee? Can I pay a holding fee to secure this car while I'm working to get the money transferred? Because obviously with COVID, it's going to take long for the banks to transfer the money. Side note, I need everyone to understand, one of the reasons why he was able to get away with the stuff he got away with is because we were on lockdown. It's crazy because it's now 2024, but I don't know, do we all remember how it seemed like a lot of stuff stopped in 2020? Now, keep in mind, that's not an excuse I'm making because shit still got done. But in terms of business as usual just was not happening in 2020 at this time. So when he's saying, it's going to take a while for the bank to transfer the money, the gentleman who was working at Audi he didn't make a face. He didn't blink. He was like, I know it's going to take a while because of COVID. So basically what ends up happening is we leave. He has the printout. He calls the bank, or he calls his financial advisor, who does have a name. The financial advisor's name is Eric. I feel comfortable using certain people's names, especially if we find out they didn't exist. So he calls Eric. He tells Eric in front of me, hey, I need to transfer $72,526, whatever the amount was, because I'm buying a car for my fiance. This is the bank account information. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or do you need me to email it to you? Pause. I can't hear what the person's saying, but that's what he would do. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or can I email it?
Slight spoiler if you haven't figured it out already. A lot of the times, like a lot of people were made up, bro. And so he'll be talking to people, but he will be pretending to talk to people, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like for what, bro? For what? Like, half the lies this man that at least I heard about this man, or from my manager, or like I heard him, listen to it. It's like half the stuff he's lying about would just be just dumb shit. Like literally pretending to be talking to people while the phone probably still the phone's probably still locked and it has the black screen or something. Like, come on, bro.
To you. Okay. All right. Give me a few minutes and I'll go ahead and email it to you. All right. Let me know. I'll call you back to find out if you received it. Okay. Hang up. So I'm hearing this because, again, I'm not paying attention to, did I hear anybody on the other phone? Did I hear anybody on the other end? So he proceeds to type up an email, type up something, telling him this is the information that we need. I didn't think anything of it. He called me at work the next day to tell me that the money was sent to Audi, that he called Audi and he confirmed with Audi that they received the money. What he told me is that the car is going to be delivered to the house. Y'all, it's not that I lived in the hood, because I didn't, but I did not live in an area of Clayton County where you would have a brand new Audi delivered to your house. So I remember saying to him, I don't want that car delivered to the house, not yet, because I need to put that car in the garage. And my Nissan I only had a one-car garage, so my Nissan was in the garage. So he said, okay, well, let me call them back and change the delivery date. Can you be home, or can you do a half day? So he's asking me, can you work a half day so that they can deliver the car and you will be home for it? I said, yes, that's fine. Because again, it's COVID. I'm working from home anyway. I only had to go in the office 2 days a week. So I'm at home. the next day. He told me the car would be delivered between the hours of 1 and 3.
We're gonna watch
Obviously,
part
between 1 and 3,
18.
nothing happened.
Part
So 3
17.
o'clock, I called him. He's at work. He sends me the voicemail. He calls me back. I said, it's 3 o'clock. I didn't. No one ever came with the car.
Bruh.
What's going on? And then I remember I was like, well, do I need to call Audi myself? Because I thought that you handled it. But if you didn't handle it, do I need to call them? And so whenever I would suggest I will handle it, he would get very, very defensive. Red flag number 472.
Yeah, bro starts tweaking.
So he was like, no, I will call Audi. Don't do anything. I'll call Audi and find out what's going on. Okay.
Because he
So
knew
I'm
he
at
was
home
about to
chilling,
get caught, bro.
cooking dinner, normal night. He calls me back and says, yeah, the car was stuck on the truck in Spartanburg because apparently that's where their deliveries come from. So when he told me this, I was in the kitchen laughing because by this point, I will be honest, and I told y'all I'll be honest even when it makes me look bad. I was guilty of, on one hand, I believed him, and on the other hand, I was like, let me see what lie he come up with. Let me just see. But keep in mind, my brain was really like not rationalizing, not comprehending how deep the lie was. I just thought that no one told him the car was going to be delivered, and he made that up. I had no idea how deep the lie went. So he said, the car's in Spartanburg. It should be delivered this weekend. The weekend came, he had a whole other excuse.
And the thing is, bro, like,
I don't remember
you
what
can't even like make like the accusation that she's lying about it. If she's lying about this, then she top tier liar, bro. I am not gonna lie, top tier liar. Like 7.5 hours of nothing but lies, like for real, bro. Like nah, like I truly do think that she's telling the truth about this 100%, bro, 100%.
exact excuse was as to why the car was never delivered. I do remember we got into an argument and I was like, don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get a new car my damn self. I don't even need your help. Which is probably one of the worst things you can tell a narcissist because they love to be the
Facts.
hero, it's all about them. But I was like, don't even worry about it. I'll get when I have the money to get a car myself, I'll do it. I don't want to hear anything else about a new car. I don't want to hear shit else about a car. Because at this point, I was spending way too much time trying to figure out, are we getting a car? Are we getting a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? Always there was an excuse. So when I told him I don't want to hear anything else about a car, and I am not going to a dealership to test drive another car, that ended that whole discussion right there. So this is where I'm going to interject what I believe was happening. I believe that my ex-husband is the type of person, he gets off, nut. He gets off on you being excited about something that he knows
we know what she meant. We know what she meant, but why she had to do all that, bro?
He enjoyed going to car dealerships. He enjoyed watching me test drive a car.
He gets off like nut. I wasn't expecting that, bro. I was not expecting that, bro. That's insane.
And get excited about it, knowing I was not going to get it. It is the level of cruelty. And again, I'm telling y'all stuff that I found out way later on. It is the level of cruelty that I still cannot comprehend. So the whole issue about the BMW and the Audi, I think he just enjoyed seeing me get excited and then pull it away. Part 11 coming up.
I mean, like freaking Bane said in The Dark Knight Rises, bro.
All right, part 11. So
this is the good part, bro. This is the good part. But like Bane said in The Dark Knight Rises, bro, like what his goal was that he fully intended on destroying Gotham, but he wanted to feed the citizens hope just so he could rip it away from them. Or like what Zoom did in the season 2 of The Flash, where he was running around as Jay Garrick, pretending to be a hero to give people hope. And Joe was like, "What's he gonna be a hero? Is he gonna pretend to be one?" He was like, "No, I want to give these people hope so I could take it away from them. It's so much fun pretending to be a hero." And we all know Dude was a menace, bro. And the reason why Bane did that was because when he was in the pit, he and all the other inmates would, look up to the light and imagine climbing out the pit to freedom because it seemed so simple and easy. But in reality, it wasn't. And so they would fill themselves with that false hope that they could escape, and they never did. Well, they did until Ra's al Ghul pulled up. Ra's al Ghul and his forces pulled up, but at the time when he was a mercenary. So yeah, that probably is what he was trying to do, bro. Awesome supervillain timing type shit.
Oh, for this part, I'm just going to give you some backstory on the family. Pause all the stuff about the house. Pause the stuff about the car. This is backstory on his family, my ex-husband's family. All right, follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both
Hey,
deceased.
low-key, she is actually low-key kind of dripped out right now.
Mom
I'm not
passed
gonna
away
lie.
from
Like that hoodie
cancer.
and beanie combo.
Dad
it goes
passed
hard.
away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings. He has two, with his parents, he has two brothers. One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has two sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and two kids, a boy and a girl. Younger sister, Kim, is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had two half brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived in Augusta, I have physically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that. The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him on the phone. I would always talk to him through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, "Hey, babe, brother so-and-so said, hey." He didn't call him brother so-and-so. We'll call him John. John said, hey. Hey, John. I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth. Hey, John. And he'd be like, did you hear? He said, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How's he doing? Because that's just me. And so he would relay back and forth. He talked to John every day from starting around July after the grandmother passed away. He would talk to John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other siblings. They would be talking about cars. It was really like not a big deal. They would talk about the brother in Baltimore. They would talk about the brother in Augusta. And then they would reminisce. This is the conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I could hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me. Okay. I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all making? Oh, that's what's up. Nah, I think me and her gonna stay in this weekend because, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID.
Just talking.
Yeah, she over here. She's
talking
sitting
a
right
whole
here. She
bunch
watched
of
the TV.
talking a whole bunch of
Okay,
bullshit.
hold
Bro.
on. John said, hey. Hey, John. You heard her? Okay. All right, bro. I just wanted to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining. Okay, so I hope that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know why this light keeps going out. Okay, so that's how he would talk to his siblings. The grandmother passed away. He called me around April or May and told me that his grandmother passed away. His grandmother, on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to bed and did not wake up. He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, listening to music, not watching TV, just sad, because he was like, my grandmother was always my support system. So from what I saw, it really bothered him. I did not think anything of it. I'm one of those people. If you tell me somebody in your family passed away, I'm gonna believe you, because I don't play about death. And I guess I expect other people don't either. However, that is not the same for everyone else, but we'll get there. So family, he had his sister, Shantae, who lived in Douglasville. Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently she was a nurse. So when I had my miscarriage, that was a sister that he was like, my sister will take you to the hospital. Like, that's what family does. Okay. I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone, or excuse me, I've been around him when he was on the phone with Shantae. Never heard her part of the conversation. But he would be talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like too. Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville. So there were plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total times he invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, nah, I ain't going, because again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no. The second time he was like, yeah, she invited us, but I don't think we should go because COVID. No. The third time I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like, that'd be great. On our way to her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister, apparently he got a phone call. The phone was always like on vibrate, but he got a phone call and he told me that something came up, and so she had to cancel the barbecue, to get together, whatever. And so I was just like, oh man, okay, well, hopefully we can go another time. It didn't happen close enough for me to have red flags, if that makes sense. But at this point, as y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again, I didn't think anything of it, because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll see. We'll reschedule. And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he would have on speakerphone. So it was like, I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. Man, and the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like, I'm not a dumb person, but it just never dawned on me the things that you have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me, but nevertheless, that is the backstory for his family, right? Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away from COVID. The uncle had tested positive, had to go into the hospital, and he died. It was a bit of a red flag. It was a bit of a red flag, but like I said, I don't play about death. So I was just like, wow. Because of these 2 deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask, wear gloves, hand sanitize, wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure neither one of us caught COVID. So now I'm going to give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife. Okay, I know I look rough, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, so this is part 12 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife. This is important. Pay attention. All right. This is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2020. I was told that he and his ex-wife used to be friends. Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They had apparently had gotten married on the downward of the arena football career. Had a nice house. He showed me a picture of the house, showed me pictures inside the house. Remember that? Showed me pictures inside the house. It was a really nice home in San Diego. And basically what happened was that he came home from work early one day and I have the hiccup, sorry. Came home early from work one day and his wife was sleeping with another man. The man was in the house. He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020, she had 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband found his previous wife in bed with another man. So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out, but told her the kids could stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like, you must be kidding. Like, I'm not leaving my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go because you fucked up. We don't want to leave. So apparently she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks. And then she gets her own place. The kids move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California. He files for divorce in California, and it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into, I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were 2 fathers. Their biological fathers were not in the picture. So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband moved. This is all before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later, is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. New beginning, fresh start. He has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had. So it was always from the beginning that she had cheated. He caught her, and he had filed for divorce, but he was still close to the kids. They still had a great relationship. I've heard him on the phone with the kids, just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that. He would send them money, if they needed something, because he loved the kids as if they were his own. I'm telling you the story as I was told it in 2020. So let's see, around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia. Apparently, she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County. So she has moved to Georgia. The two kids are now in Georgia. And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back. He never presented that. It was always, no, we're cool for the kids. We're cool for the kids. But
That was crazy,
he's
bro.
never presented.
It's just kind of crazy, but she kind of looks like she could be related to Trey Rags, bro. She could be like Trey Rags. Trey Rags' older sister, bro. Alright, tell me you can't see it, bro.
That she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, stay with me. It all comes out. But that was the backstory in regards to the ex-wife, that they got married in California, they divorced in California, and then she eventually moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, every now and then he'll get a text message from her. He told me that he, told her when I was pregnant,
I wonder how many
he felt
followers
like
and views
she
she got off
needed
of this on
to
TikTok.
hear that from him instead of hearing it from the kids. And we got into a bit of an argument about that, but honey, in the big scheme of things, that anyway, so we got into an
Damn.
argument about that. I felt like that's none of her business. But that's
3.6
the
million views,
overall backstory of
38.3
her.
million
So
likes.
remember, because there will be a quiz, but just remember, he met her in
Oh
California.
shit! Hold on.
Married her.
Pause. Hold on, bro. Apparently there's like a new update. Wait.
Today is Monday, February 26, 2024. Earlier today, Legion's older brother, Chris, reached out to my friend, Tracy Tripp, an attorney here in Metro Atlanta. He called her firm to ask how he can get in contact with me. Tracy, being the friend that she is, basically had the attitude of, I don't know you. You're going to have to verify. Remember, trust, but verify. Chris did exactly that. On the phone, he verified, because I was on speakerphone when she called me, that he was in fact the older brother. I felt comfortable. I called him from my personal phone. I called him at 2:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He and I spoke, and there were two things that he asked for me to clear up. Here it is. Number one, Legion's mother passed away first. His father passed away a few years later. It was at the father's funeral that Legion brought his ex-wife, and apparently there was an altercation.
I'll have to watch that joint later. What is this? Is she making a Oh, she did a photo shoot. Oh, and it was BMW who reached out to her about the car as well. But she didn't get a car from BMW. She got verified on TikTok.
I'm kidding. Don't worry. But guess what, guys? I'm going to London.
So she went to London and Paris. Apparently someone made a fake page trying to get clout. That's crazy. Apparently she did a live stream as well. It's a live replay.
So I know a lot of people are just joining in.
Oh, so I guess she was just like answering questions. It looks like. Yeah, but I see a Part 51 joint, so we're gonna have to watch the joint. But damn, bro, like a lot. First of all, her lives each got over all 1 million views. One of them got over 2 million. Dang, bro. Did she ever drop? Did she drop these on the same day? Okay, no, I don't think she. Okay, those like she was actually posting videos before even. They also got decent views. She got over like 10K, over 20, 30, 40. I don't know if maybe like people went back to watch these though. But yeah, then when she started posting that shit, then shit, that's where we got into like shit part 1 over here with freaking 30 million. Oh, that's the introduction. 30.5 million. Part 1 got 39.5. Part 2 15.2. And all of them got shit, bro. Hey, good for her though. Good for her. She also made a website. She even got subscriptions, a live community, 191 subscribers. It's pretty dope. Yeah, good for her, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Her in California, divorced her in California.
Oh, my fault. All right.
She moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County after he moved to Georgia. Are we clear? Okay. Okay. Part 13 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I've kind of given you guys all the backstory. Let's just kind of recap real quick. So I told you how we met in March of 2020. Basically, Georgia got shut down. I keep saying shut down, got locked down. We decided to quarantine together. I know it was crazy. It was crazy. I really liked
Excuse
him.
me.
And
She was
thought
head
he liked
over
me.
heels, bro.
So I told you guys how we met. Things moved at a rapid pace. Met in March. Moved in together pretty much end of March, beginning of April. Found out I was pregnant in May. Lost the baby in June. Had to have surgery in July. Started looking for houses. Started looking at cars. All this stuff happened literally between March and the end of, in August is when I got my car.
Man, bro.
So
it was like a month.
got
Something
a
new
car
every
in
month.
August. He paid the down payment for that car, which I was shocked by. And no, it was not a BMW or an Audi. It was a Nissan Altima, but I loved that car at the time. So he paid the down payment for that car. Told me he would help me with the car payment. The biggest mistake
Not what she
that
wanted,
I
but it's
made,
a pretty nice looking
and I'll
car.
explain why I say this. The biggest mistake I made was that I signed myself up for a car note, where I knew I needed his help to pay the car note. I knew better.
Oh,
My
man.
mom has always taught me, do not ever put yourself in a position where you are financially dependent on a man. And all of that went out the window. And the reason why I say that was the biggest mistake,
Yeah,
is
like that's
because
accurate, bro. That is accurate. And like, I mean, even one thing my mom told me, about me moving out and getting roommates is that like, you shouldn't feel comfortable moving in with people, moving into a spot that you can't pay most or all of it, by yourself, because there may be a time where like someone, won't have enough, and then it's like, well, shit. Well, I mean, all I got is all I got, um, or vice versa, or if you're living with multiple people. So, yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't think you should be like financially dependent on like one person. Um, which I mean, because there's a difference between being financially dependent, like actually like freaking dependent on somebody, or actually like needed somebody. So I'll be like, hey, like, I do need like a little bit of help, you know, right now, or at least until I get back on my feet, like type shit. But yeah, the car note thing, ugh, yeah, I don't know about that one, gang. Sorry, I got distracted. Anyways, what was I saying? Fuck, damn. Fuck. I was saying something. I'm gonna have to look back in the stream and look at that. That's embarrassing. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Cardinal thing. Yeah, like I mean, that's the thing, but like I said, I'm not even trying to clown on her. I mean, and the thing is, it's crazy, but like, oh, I had to spell that. The thing is, like, she was in love, bro. Like, it is what it is. Everyone makes mistakes because we're all human at the end of the day. But it just kind of sucks because, and like, people do that all the time. I do that all the time as well. It's like I do something, I'm like, I know I'm not supposed to be doing this. Like, I know better. Like, what am I doing? And you just still go through with it, bro. You just still go through with it, and it sucks. But that's like, where wisdom comes from, though. For real, it's definitely like through mistakes, and even like the dumb mistakes. I think so. I'm actually, and like I said, like, this is actually good, for women, or I mean, I would also even say, even men who go through, these same issues, uh, with women as well, or even, women with women, or men with men, they thems with they thems, basically like anybody. I feel like like, it's obviously like her target audience is women, but you could definitely see how it could still impact, um other people, and not even really just about like, like relationships, like, in terms of dating and marriage, but like I said, even, being friends with somebody, even, like family members, and it's all in all, it's really good advice, at the end of the day.
When I have pulled back the layers of this whole monstrosity of life that I lived for 2020 and 2021. It really does boil down to the fact that I truly ended up marrying him more out of fear than anything else.
Mm.
And I'll expound upon that later. But I got the car in August.
You know, it's not really my business, but my mom. It's kind of like dealing with my mom and my stepdad. At first, is that like at the time, like she wasn't like she really just stayed because you know with like in terms of money, which isn't even like a bad thing. Like you know, everyone has, um, you know, ups and downs in life, especially with finances. Um, and that's like the scary part is that like there are a lot of people who really like stay in like these toxic relationships, like not necessarily like out of because you really hear, but mostly about you know a fear, like when it comes to like you know abusive relationships and you know somebody's being on somebody else and they just stay out of fear that you know they'll just you know that they would kill them, you know, if they would leave or if nothing would change or they would like stalk them, you know, do some crazy shit. But like you don't really hear a lot of people talk about that. Like you know, a lot of these people in marriages are financially dependent on you know the other person, and they feel forced to stay with them because it's like you know if I leave, then I don't really have anything. Um, And I think you know I think it comes mostly down to an ego thing, and like a lot of people are scared to admit that. So good on her for admitting that. Because you should absolutely like never do that. But I wish more people would you know come forward and be honest about that and express it. Um, because there could honestly be people who are in relationships like these where they're only staying with them because of money and they don't you know really like fully realize it yet. Like they're still kind of like fooling themselves into thinking, yeah, I still, you know, love this person. Um, when really, but at a certain point, it just all becomes just about the monies because you know the person is trash. Um, so yeah,
And by this point I was
I
exhausted
think we're
of
only
looking
to
at
get the par 15.
cars. I was mad that I didn't get a BMW X5 dark blue with cognac interior. Um, and I was tired of looking at houses, getting my hopes up, looking at a house and picturing myself in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the island, you know, all that stuff. I'm a visual person and I was tired of getting my hopes up. Um, so now we're going to segue into fall going into the holidays.
No.
Here's what happened. In October, we looked at another house. This house was in Marietta. Absolutely gorgeous. Um, it was gorgeous. I want to say that the house was about $700,000. I really liked the house. I could see myself living there, could see myself cooking there. Um, and so subsequently, my ex husband put in an all cash offer on that house. I watched him put an all cash offer in on the house. Our real estate agent, Scott, called us about 24 hours later. And he said, the sellers love your offer. The offer was an all cash, full asking price offer. 700,000. Let that sink in for a moment. He said the sellers love the offer. They are asking that you show proof of funds so that they can accept the offer. My ex-husband said, I will show proof of funds when they accept the offer. The seller said, great, we'll accept the offer when you show proof of funds. So basically we got into a standoff. And if you're a real estate agent or you work in real estate, I would love to know your thoughts on this. I had asked people in my personal life, like, have you ever heard of this before? And I've had plenty of
Damn, the
people who
coffee's
said I
wearing off.
sided with the ex-husband. I would not show my bank statements until they accepted the offer. And then I had other people who were like, I wouldn't accept an all cash offer unless I verify that the person can pay. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Okay. So our real estate agent called us and was like, guys, the sellers are giving you 2 days to show proof of funds. I had the letter that he showed me from Chase. I sent that to Scott, but that was for a mortgage. The offer was for all cash. So he needed to show proof of funds that he had the cash to pay $700,000. He didn't show it. He refused to budge on showing them proof of funds until they accepted the offer because he was afraid that they were going to create a bidding war. So what ended up happening was Scott called us and said, I apologize because I didn't do my due diligence as a realtor. He said, before I ever started showing you guys a house, I should have collected your pre-approval letter and proof of funds. He said, so at this point, my broker has informed me that I cannot show you guys another house until you show at least us, meaning the real estate firm, until you show us proof of funds. And so I'm just like, well, I'm telling my ex-husband, just show them the fucking proof of funds. Like, what's the problem?
He doesn't got it, bro.
And so it was a lot of, I find that this is really unprofessional because it's not our fault that you didn't do your job correctly. It got a little ugly and it got uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't understand why you don't show them proof of funds when you clearly just signed a document stating that you're putting an offer in at full asking price. This was the same thing that the realtor was saying. He was like, but you just signed an offer. So what's the problem? Like, you want them to accept the offer and then you'll show everyone the proof of funds? And my ex-husband, without missing a beat, said yes. So Scott did his best to work with the seller and say, look, accept the offer. He'll show you, he'll open the books. He'll show you the proof of funds. These sellers were like, no, that's not. And it wasn't so much the sellers, it was the seller's agent. Big respect to the seller's agent. But the seller's agent was like, no, that's not how we're doing business. He needs to show those proof of funds before I advise my clients to accept his offer. Period. If he's not willing to do it, we'll go on to the next offer, because they did have another offer on the table for it was less than asking price, but they were willing to accept that offer over the all cash offer because those people had basically shown proof. So subsequently, the house fell.
Bro, I
through.
brought
We
up the
passed
Trey
the
Rags
2-day
thing, and I
deadline.
can't get it out of
They
my
moved
head,
the
bro.
other offer.
I can't get it out of my head.
Also, at this point, our real estate agent, Scott, and I do not blame him for this, pretty much cut all ties because what
Ooh.
he, I believe,
Okay,
felt
Scott.
like was, I don't know what's going on, but something's going on. And this is not how I do business. So until you guys are ready to show the proof of funds needed to buy a house, you need to get yourself another agent, because we were already about 20 to 25 houses deep by this point. We had already put in 2 other offers. They fell through. And now here we are with this house. And once again, it fell through.
Yeah, we're only gonna watch the next part.
Okay, so good news and bad news. Number one, this is part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Bad news, this is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news.
Whoa!
Tomorrow's
yeah, I completely forgot that we had just said that. I just noticed that she posted a lot of parts. Dang, bro, she put 14 parts. First 14 parts in the same day. That's like the whole freaking chapter, dog. That's crazy. Man, the grind is real, bro. The grind is real.
my birthday. So
Oh, dope.
I'm just going to make this video, post it, and then I will pick back up probably Friday, because honestly, I truly want to enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday. All right, so y'all don't be upset. Just if anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through in October 2020. And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house. I don't want to talk about cars. I want to get through the holidays because it was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate with my family because of COVID. So I said, I just want to get through the holidays. I want to get through the end of the year. And we'll revisit stuff in January. I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two, I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly for everyone to be like, we told you something was up. And number three, I was ready to get married. And that ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff. And again, I was still making my audio diaries. So listening back to it, I knew something was wrong. I admit that. I knew something was wrong. But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something? Like, why can't we just go ahead and get the house? Why is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me how deep the something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain how everything came out and what came out, what was true, what was not true. It's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order. So I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I don't want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word realtor. Nothing. Let me just
Apartments.com.
get through the holidays.
I
And
guess
for myself, the question was,
that's what I go through
what do you want to do?
occasionally.
You want to stay with him? Or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying? What if he's not lying? Literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about having money. You saw the paper from Chase. They don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody. I've seen his checking account. You see how much money's in his available
I just
checking.
think that
like you
the only two things I can think of is that he is like what she had said earlier, that he just got off on, because think about it, like he really only like seemed interested really in getting her stuff that she was excited for. So it seemed like he was really just trying to get her excited and then just to rip it away from her. And like thinking back to like the whole thing with the car, because I mean think about it, like she wanted the BMW. He suggested the Audi, probably thinking that she wouldn't want it. But then she was like, all right, yeah, I'm pretty much cool with it. She said, I'm cool with either or, so you can pick whichever one you want. And then he just picks, a freaking Nissan. I would say it's that, or honestly, it could be, I don't even think it's like an either or. It's probably like a mix of both. But I think another thing is that he's also probably like fucking stingy, with his money. That's the only thing I could think of. I do feel like he's probably like lying about money, bro, because like, I mean, like how much like do people make in freaking arena football? Players make in arena football. 40K to 80K per season. Top players such as quarterbacks and star wide receivers can earn higher salaries, sometimes reaching six figures. The NFL 2009, the NFL went belly up. It came back as a part-time job opportunity for players that couldn't make the NFL. Promising players would sell for a few $100s with the chance to be scouted by an NFL team. So it's like I don't really. I mean, and he was there for I guess what 3? He said he was there for what 3 years? I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't. I guess maybe. Oh, I mean, well, he is in that condiment, thing. I don't think he's a fighter.
I don't think he's lying.
He doesn't strike me
I
as
don't
one.
think he's lying
I
about
could be
that.
wrong,
but
but he
what
doesn't
is it?
strike
Is
me
it that
as
he
a
doesn't trust me?
as a
Like, I
fighter.
second guess myself
I mean,
so
he never
much.
even said
Is
what
that
kind of a fighter he was, unless she left that part out or she forgot.
that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money from this account to that account.
Those fake
I
ass
know he's
conversations,
paying
bro.
my car note and all these bills. Like, clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the promotional, the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand. And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I missing? I'm missing something. But what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So what is it that I am missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. He's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. He's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him. And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet a guy who just takes your stress and your worry away financially. But the downside is he took away the stress and the worry financially away and instead brought a mental fuck job I've
Yep.
never in my life had experienced. And I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happens at home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it. I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving.
Excuse me.
And what I thought was a very open, loving conversation. And in that conversation, he was like, okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now. He was like, I want us to get married. I want a home. I will show you whatever you need to see to put you at ease. He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this and that I want this and that I love you and I want you to be my wife. So I was like, show me your accounts. He showed me his checking. He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings. He did not show me the offshore. And he did not show me the US bank. So
The offshore probably doesn't
he showed me
even
those two
exist.
accounts, checking and Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts, there was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of funds shit no more. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage. And that is where religion came into play. Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight. Stand by.
All right, this will be the last part we watch.
Part 15. Who the fuck did I marry? So in December of 2020, around beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart to heart conversation. And both of us had grown up in the church, and the fact that we were not married but living together, the fact that almost had a baby together, bothered both of us. Both of our families, my family and his family, were very adamant, like, okay, y'all either need to get married or y'all need to separate. And so I'm walking around with a ring on, which I'll post a picture of the ring because, God, there's so much to unpack. But anyway, walking around with the ring. And so he said to me, whatever I need to do my part to make this
You know,
work.
it's so crazy. Slight tangent, but I'm like, as somebody who now, okay, the church. I will say that when it comes to judgmental Christians, like it kind of depends on what kind of church that you went to growing up. So there was a church that we went to, um, and then we stopped going for personal reasons that I won't get into. But there was a Wednesday. Well, at first it was Sunday night, but then it was Wednesday night. There was like a group, of middle schooler and high schoolers who would go out. You go to the church. You'll do like there'll be like a small meetup, and then it'll be like a game and activity, worship, message, and the night. The only problem, it low-key kind of sucked though because like we would get out late, and then so I had to get up for school the next morning. And honestly, I would say that is probably like what kind of like was able to help me transition from going to bed early to staying up, super late. Um, although I'm gonna keep it buck with you, like lately I haven't been able to do that like at all right recently. But yeah, oh shit, let me I need to dry those masks real quick. Um, but yeah, so the church that I went to, like the issue with most Christians nowadays, and it's not even like with all. I mean, I don't want to even really say with most. I mean, it just depends what you've seen. I mean, I've never dealt with any of it, in person, with the exception of maybe my mom, because from time to time. But it's like I'm so tired of the like of Christians just constantly like being in people's business and being judgmental, and being like it's like yes, it's like which I mean my mom isn't even really that sort of about that kind of stuff. It's just one thing that's just like uh, you need to read your Bible more. Like that's kind of like the energy she would typically hit me with. So like I said, it's not that bad like compared like to what other people have gone through, but it's just I just don't understand. Like I mean, like I said earlier, people think they're on the right side of things and they think they can do whatever they want, but people are so. I mean, not people. Christians can be so judgmental sometimes that it's not like even funny. And there's a church that we watched because they also do like virtual service. It's a church up in Alexandria, Virginia. I forgot what it was called. It's a ASBC Alfred Street Baptist Church. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good church. Uh, and the pastor, Pastor Wesley, goated absolutely. He produced some really good stuff. And I never really talked about it, but yeah, I'm Christian. I believe in God and Jesus and all that stuff. Um, but I mean, kind of like what kind of like turns me away from it though. It's just like, which I mean, it shouldn't even be the case. You know, it honestly shouldn't be the case. You know, for other people. I mean, for me, I mean, I don't know what happened. Like, I kind of just like I just kind of like stopped getting into it. You know, I guess. And I mean, I do tell myself that I do want to get back into it. I do want to start reading my Bible more. You know, stuff like that. Um, but there's a small part I will say, and I know it's a big part for a bunch of other people, and it's sad because it shouldn't be like that. But there are a lot of people who turn away from Christianity because of how certain Christians act, and it's completely unfair. My dad went to went to this church, and especially when it comes to like churches with tithes, like those guys are the absolute worst. But yeah, he went to this church, and he was paying tithes and shit. He had an accident a few years ago where he was doing maintenance shit, and he was up on a ladder, and he was on a hatch. The hatch was like sharp and like bladed on the edges, and so I forgot if it like snapped down or snapped up, but it cut a piece of his pinky off. I think it was either that or there was one time where he was um in the hospital for something I can remember. But either way, he was out for a while. Oh, no, I know it was. Never mind. I just put his whole business out there and I was wrong. My fault, Dad. Um dang, I feel better now. No, what happened was he had gotten wait, was that what happened? I think it was, yeah. My dad mostly does maintenance work. I think he had gotten he typically works for maintenance at a time. There was a time where he would only work maintenance for the apartments that he had worked at. So there was a time where um I think he had gotten laid off from one of his maintenance jobs. Um and so he was working on finding a new one. And the problem was like he did find a new job, but the pay was less than he was used to, so he had to make like adjustments and stuff. And so for a while there was a time where he couldn't pay tithes, and he could still go to the church, but they basically said that, well, from now on you won't be a member of the church. And I'm like, that's crazy. Because if anything, I would think that, hey, you see, well, first of all, if you see anybody struggling, you should help. Um, but I mean, we're talking about like a member of your church, someone who paid tithes, consistently. They're in a time of need, and instead of helping them, you're just gonna revoke their membership. Like, like what? So yeah, so that part, and it's crazy because, and it's what's even crazy that you have a bunch of Christians who, especially when we get into the politics of it all, with Republicans and conservatives, where people are always saying that as a Christian you should do this and you shouldn't do this. For example, like having children outside of marriage. The thing with that is that there are some people who, I mean, it just sometimes shit just fucking happens, bro. Sometimes shit just happens. But what's crazy is that you have some people who clown people for doing certain things, and then but they will do the same thing as well. Like we have people talk about family values and being faithful. Come to find out that they're lying, cheating, sack of shit. I forgot who it was, but there have been in 2023 alone, like I constantly heard stories and watched videos about all these Republicans and conservatives who would preach that kind of shit, and pretty much just be like, yeah, it's important to be faithful, to your wife and whatnot. And then they're up here, just cheating and sleeping around with a bunch of other random women, having affairs and shit, and it's absolutely wild. More importantly, I'm so sick of people trying to justify their actions for how they treat people or how they look at certain situations. For example, like abortion or the LGBT community, because of the fact that they're Christian, where you have to, realize that not everyone, is Christian. Yeah, Christian is the most, prominent and dominant religion in the world, absolutely. But people have different religions, and there are people who don't have religion. So if you're trying to, talk to somebody about that, then you bring religion to play without knowing what they believe in, or if they even believe in anything at all, then what are you doing? So that part kind of bothered me a little bit because I mean I don't want to make assumptions, but it's possible that her parents probably had her when they were married, and they said or their family had stuff going on, um doing some unholy stuff, and things that like I'm not even trying to clown them for that if they did, because we're all sinners, we're all not perfect at the end of the day, so of course we all make mistakes, but the fact that people do shit like that and then try to clown or wave off people who do stuff like this, it's mind boggling to me, bro. And I really wish a lot of Christians would wake up and see, like, that's what they're doing, but fortunately they don't.
willing to do. At the same time, it wasn't that I did not trust him as much as it was I felt like I wasn't trusting myself. Because again, like I said in the previous video, I know what I saw, I know what I read, I know what I've heard. But fuck, something was not sitting right with me. And every time I would question it in my head, the other side of me was like, okay, he ain't lying about the money because you saw it. So he ain't lying. Girl, are you that? Like, I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought. So we agreed beginning of December, like, we wanted to be together. I believe I loved him. I believed he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. So we filed our marriage license in
Yeah, I'm gonna
Fayette
be late to
County,
work.
Georgia,
I'm gonna be late to work
because
today.
you could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save your life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license, it asked the number of previous marriages. He said 1, I had 0. It asked for our social security numbers. He put his social security number down. I put my social security number down. I mentally wrote down his social security number, and I did a background check. I did a background check after I had filed a marriage license. Yes, I know, but I did. The background check, nothing came back. It was like no results found. I did a criminal background check, nothing came back. So I thought one of two things. Either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social, or my paranoia was unfounded. There's nothing wrong with him, because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law, because his dad was a retired police officer.
Yeah, I can tell by the way he
So
talks, bro.
this is someone who has been.
He's like that meme where the guy is like, I'm not a thug. I'm from a gated
Make
community.
sure my signals were
That's him,
working.
bro.
Make sure
I'm
my
not saying there's
oil
anything wrong with that, but
was
that
good.
meme
Make
was
sure I
funny.
had enough gas in the car. So when the criminal history came back,
You
with
gotta
no
ask yourself
results,
though, was he doing that for you, or was he doing that just to like
I
kind of
was
like
like,
showboat?
well, of course there isn't, because the man probably hasn't had so much as a speeding ticket.
Or he
So
probably gave you the
we
probably wrote down the
filed the
wrong
marriage license, and
social
then
security
we
number.
made an appointment to get married, and waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us.
What the fuck happened?
To come out of chambers license, and then we made an appointment to get married, and
Oh, I should probably just edit that out.
waiting
Okay.
for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. And the reason why I'm pausing is because, my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby. Wow. I know we can't go back in time, but damn, if I could go back in time, I would. Immediately, I didn't tell anyone I was getting married because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up. So I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I know that's bad, but again, said I would be honest, even if it's ugly. I told my mom, my family that we got married, told my friends, they could not believe it. Like my mother was relieved, but she had no idea about what was going on. My aunt was more like, really? You married him? My friend, the one who took me to the hospital for the miscarriage, was like, I wish you would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures and celebrate and all this other stuff. And she was like, she's the type of friend, if you like it, I love it. You rock with him, I rock with him. The moment you don't, I don't either. So she was supportive.
W
My
friend.
other girlfriends were happy for me. They just hated that I had to get married during COVID. Because they were like, we would have loved to have, thrown you a bridal shower and a bachelorette party and all of that. It just sucks that you couldn't experience that. So we got married on a Tuesday. On the way home, stopped and got some wings. Went home, and I had to get ready to go to work the next day. And life. I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I knew I was in trouble. I still didn't know how deep, but I knew I was in trouble. So to give you all a very, very, very candid idea, got married January 5th. The normal things that married newlyweds do when we got married completely stopped. And that was not by me. You always hear
You
me
hear about
talk
that all the
about,
time,
now
Loki.
that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the
Oh,
exact
I
opposite.
don't even like think about it. I think it's like both. I hear both, but like
It was the exact opposite.
people get married, they
So
have like that honeymoon phase, and then next thing you know, shit
anyway,
just changes.
because
Shit
this
changes
is
up.
not a forum to be all R-rated or whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. So we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was a lot of people congratulated me because word got out that I had gotten married. January 7th, I filed the paperwork to change my last name. And if you
Low
were
key, when she
following
brought
me,
up January
you can go
31st, I
back
thought that
like
meant that she got
15, 16
she
videos,
got
and I
divorced by then.
talk about
It's like, oh
how
nah.
I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married. My attitude was, this is the bed that I made. I'm going to do right by him. I'm going to do right by my marriage. I took marriage seriously. And when I married him, I absolutely married him thinking, I'm going to be with you for the next 40, 50 years. So we're going to have to figure this shit out. That was my mindset. I did not get married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months. But I got married January
And it even
5th,
lasts a year.
2021. And by January 31st, I knew I was in serious trouble. So that is where we are. The next set of videos, the next set of all this will be me talking about how things went downhill before it crashed and I found everything out. In the meantime, tomorrow is my birthday. So happy birthday to me.
All right, so we're gonna pick up on part 16 tomorrow.
The fuck did I marry?
Oh, I guess it's the same day. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna pick up on this tomorrow. 8 a.m. Eastern time. I'm probably gonna hop on Arkham Knight tonight, play that for a little bit, get some clips together. But yeah, all right, 4:35. I got about 30 minutes to get ready for work. I'm probably gonna be late, but that's all good. Like I said, bro, as long as you're a good worker. I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like I show up like late, like a lot of times, like 5 to 10 minutes late, bro. But the thing with me though is that whether I'm late, early, on time, bro, as soon as I get to work, as soon as I get to work there, I get to work. I'll be like, all right, is there anything specific I got to do today? If not, then I'll just go do my usual shit. Probably gotta stock the paper wall today though, so I gotta make sure I have my phone and my AirPods charged up. But that's not the case for Hair Studio though. Actually, with Hair Studio, when I clock in, I gotta wait for someone to get me a fucking key. Then I gotta go inside the office. I gotta sign on to handhelds, get my walkie, shit like that. I gotta take my sweatshirt off, get my name tag on, shit like that. So, but yeah, so I appreciate you all showing up. Good stream. Like I said, we're gonna pick up on this tomorrow, and we're gonna finish it tomorrow. 100%. We got about 5 hours left. Probably about 10 hours of me. Probably 10 hours because I'll be talking and pausing and doing other shit. Low key. I might low key head to the store tomorrow yeah, I might look ahead to the store tomorrow, like as well. I don't got enough money this week, but sometime next week I do want to do a taste test video. I want to try out the new KFC Chizza KFC pizza. I do want to show that out, but yes sir, W stream. So yeah, so tomorrow we'll be finishing this. Thursday, Spider-Man 2, probably from like 12 a.m. to like maybe 10 a.m. I'm probably take a nap until like 2 because I'm gonna play Helldivers 2 with my coworker since I couldn't do that today. So, yep. I also have some more Arkham Knight shorts to post, but I gotta wait until tomorrow because my verification got removed on YouTube, so I gotta re-verify that. But until then, I can't pin comments and I can't that there's like a daily limit to how many videos I can post in a day. So I only have like three more to post. So it should be good. I'm honestly surprised like the last stream was able to go through. But yeah. Anyways, appreciate y'all for pulling up. My bad, TM. But I do gotta get ready for work. So like I said, appreciate y'all for showing up, and hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'm digging the story so far. Hope you guys are too. And yeah. Anyways, no more swan. I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.